Welcome to the Nomad Network, your first stop for complete and comprehensive Chicago Bears football coverage. Dive deep into analyses, updates, and all things Bears. Subscribe to our YouTube channel today and never miss a beat. Thank you in advance for your support. We promise to bring you the best because together we're unstoppable. Go Bears.
Yo, no maniac. Sorry about that mess up with the intro. It happens from time to time, man. That's what happens in podcasting, man. You do things right, you do things wrong sometimes. Welcome to another episode of Some Extra Sauce. Got my besties with me. We about to roll this thing, talk about a whole bunch of Bear stuff because there's a lot going on, man. We got salary cap stuff to talk about, contract, all that kind of stuff going on with Jaylon Johnson. We got a potential, we got a workout that's coming this week for the Bears. I don't know. Yeah, it is this week. Sometime this week, we'll get a workout from a football player. We'll talk about him in a little bit. Plus some updated roster stuff that's going on. We got a depth chart renewal that's out there, kids. If you don't mind pulling that up at some point, we'll at the Bears website. We'll see that updated depth chart. We'll talk about a bunch of that kind of stuff, plus some extra sauce commentary that we'll have about different topics, man. But this is about to be a fun show. Buckle up, you mother somethings, and have a good time, man. So let me pass it on to Canada. Throw this alley-oop to Canada and see what happens, man.
Hey, man, we rocking hard this week, man. Just super flexed it up. Two drafts, back-to-back draft extravaganza right here on Kenza Canuck. Happy to have all you guys. A little bit of help from my guy Nomad and D Nice and Crooked Commish was with us. Man, shout out to Crooked Commish. He got a show going on. His fantasy show is going on right now as well at the Chicago Clubhouse. I would be on there with him tonight, except, hey, man, we doing some extra sauce. That's what we do on a Wednesday. So welcome one and all. Thanks for joining us. Give you guys a little bit of quick love before we get into the nitty-gritty. I see Kids Crimson was in here right away as per normal. Same with Levante Rogers. Shout out to both y'all. Who else is out there? FFG's holding it down with us tonight. Black Diamond's rolling with us tonight. Liberty's Outlook is with us tonight. Who else is out there, man? Anybody else? Joseph Archer's kicking it with us. Calvin C just jumped in. Hey, man. We're going to do it like we always do. Throw it to my guy, Triple R, underneath me. What it do, my brother?
Coolin'. Big up to all the Bears fans out there. It's Wednesday. Who knew? It's extra sauce night. And we are Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. One hand of fingers and the thumb, if you count the thumb as a digit, but all 5 digits away from game day, baby. And so, yeah, it's a lot of goings on and last minute stuff, and I'm hyped, but I'm calm. I got high expectations, but low expectations, and I want blood and all kinds of mayhem on the field, but I want calm and cool. I want it all. I want the season to start. I want these scant 5 days to be gone, and Monday Night Football, here we come. Bear down. Let's go Bears. FGB. Go ahead. No.
So I was very worried about Triple R today, you guys, because Triple R is never really late for anything, man. He's always on time for something. But the very last time I saw this fella, he was eating a gigantic ass bowl of macaroni and cheese, cut up hot dogs, and raw onions. And this is where the little sister was. She was upset because she was back there trying to get some rest back there, and she could not because Trip was back there. He had it aired out, man. So I didn't know, man. All that gas you probably produced, I thought you was in the hospital, man. I was like, ain't no way. His stomach got to be combustible at this point. And so I was worried, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. I was very worried. That sounded like a combustible meal, bro.
Yeah, well, not everyone's constitution is made for such substance. such sustenance. But I'm good, and sometimes I ain't gonna lie, you do what you got to do, and you expel the former meal that has been digested, and the and the and the odor just kind of hangs there, and it spreads from room to room and just hangs there, and it's like, oh Lord, and it's offensive to myself, and I made it, so that's quite offensive. So I'm not gonna say like this green color that Mama and them got on is wrong, because it's like, oh, I got to go stand outside for a minute and let the place air out. You got to spray the Lysol, and it's like, what the hell did I do? And it's like, oh, that's what I did. That was the onions and hot dogs and mac and cheese.
Hey, bro, whatever you was wearing beneath the waist, throw all that shit in the garbage. That ain't worth shit no more.
It's already disintegrated.
All of it.
No, just put a little air on it. It'll be all right. Just let air out a few days, hours. It'll be all right.
Wow.
Yeah. Kez says that's a famous we were just talking about that on his show last night. He said it's a famous meal in Canada.
It's like the most regular Canadian meal that you could possibly have. Kraft dinner and hot dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Man, if you got it, like them days when I was living and when I first moved out, you know what I'm saying? That was basically what you eat, man. That's like $6 you eat for a week.
Yeah. And like if you get tired of mac and cheese and you want to get jiggy with it, you get you some baked beans, and then you make beanie weenies.
Okay. Well, let's really get jiggy with it. Or you do the mac and cheese and bully beef. I don't know if y'all know corned beef. We call it bully beef in the Caribbean. Corned beef, a little onions. Now that's like almost the same as what you're doing. Fry up the corned beef, a little bit of onions in there with it. Throw that on top of your KD. That is a $7-8 meal, and you're off to the races, man.
Hey, Trip. Crimson is chastising your lazy ass, man. You could have made some homemade cheese sauce. You could have did that right. You just busted open the box.
Well, but you need cheese. You need a little milk. You need time over the pot and the hot stove. Whereas Kraft dinner, you need a package, and you cut the package open and you sprinkle that shit in there, and with some butter and a little milk, and you done.
That's what I'm saying. If you have no skills, like you're a skilled chef, man. I'll give you your props. But if you have no skills and you got like $5, that's it, man.
$5.
Kraft dinner, some hot dogs, Kraft dinner, some corned beef, Kraft dinner, and some tuna. The real talk though, Kraft dinner and the tuna is dope. You would
see now if we want to go there, if you want to put the tuna in the Kraft dinner, you got to add a can of green peas.
Oh, you can do that. Okay, all right. You know what's up.
You know what I mean?
You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I do.
Yeah, you do.
I do.
That's where you get the veggies, you get the protein and the starch all in one pot.
Hey, Crimson says you got a she says you got a cheese stash somewhere.
Well, but that's the thing though. Cheese is so delicious when you're trying not to eat a little something, but you want a little munch on. It's like you go in there and cut you off a little hunk of cheese. You know what I'm saying? Ice cold. Ain't got to make no sauce. Ain't got to heat it up. Ain't got to grill it. Ain't got to do nothing. You know what I mean? But then it's like, then it's like you want a little cheese differently. Well, let me go ahead and throw down a grilled cheese sandwich. Well, let me throw it on the top of a fried egg and let it get all crispy. Or let me throw that cheese in a skillet and let it get all charred underneath, and put that hot dog in the middle and roll it up.
Okay.
So now the cheese hardens around the hot dog, and it's like a cheese bun.
Hey, bro, I ain't gonna lie to you, man. Y'all talking about this Kraft dinner shit just triggered a thought that I forgot about. My sophomore year, man, I had a roommate, and we was down to nothing, man. It wasn't nothing in that house, bro. It was a box of 2 boxes of Kraft macaroni and cheese. That was it in the kitchen. There wasn't nothing in. I mean, when I say wasn't nothing in that motherfucker, wasn't nothing in there. And I was saving those because I had a girlfriend that was working at Popeyes, a girlfriend that was working at Wendy's. I was getting my meals. But I was just like, boy, if one of them don't come through one of these days, I got me a little reserve in there. And it had been there for weeks, bro. Weeks. And all of a sudden, that day came where I couldn't find them. Neither one of them was working. And I had to fend for myself that day. And I just knew I had me a couple of boxes of Kraft at the house, man. I came home probably about
fall back.
Bro. Man, that motherfucker ate my macaroni and cheese and was still in the house.
Oh, damn.
I was like, motherfucker, you ain't bought nothing in this bitch. And
Man,
you ate
he probably left the pot in the stove with little cheese sauce all crusted
all on the sink, all on the sinks, dirty dishes, everything.
Oh, damn.
I ain't gonna lie, we tore that motherfucker up, bro. We tore that motherfucker up. When we was living above some people, we was in the upstairs apartment. We tore that bitch up. Tore it up. Police was there and everything. I'm like, motherfucker, you ain't gonna disrespect me like that. You ain't bought nothing in here. And you gonna eat my shit?
All right, now that's going down as a domestic disturbance over some mac and cheese.
Oh yeah. Wow. My macaroni and cheese. I'm like, hey, that's my shit, bro. You ain't bought nothing in this house. I bought them groceries. If you eat something in this house, I feed you, bro. And then, hey, it went down up in that bad boy. But yeah, that's the last time I even seen a box of Kraft macaroni and cheese. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. We don't mess with it.
I'm just saying that is your $5. You know, you're a college student. You just moved out of your mom's house. That's what you eat. You know, that's what you eat, bro. That's exactly what it is. KD, couple of some level of some sort of cheap ass meat. Those are the three that generally taste the best, and you're off to the races. Like I say, you used to eat that all the time.
Hey, I'm about to offend Crimson and Santilli right about now.
Mm-hmm.
Because Crimson saying, seriously, a little whole milk, some shredded cheese, and some shells easy. You get mac and cheese. And it's like, that's true. But I don't use whole milk anymore. It's all about like the almond milk. So it's got that natural flavor, or you can have the almondy flavor.
That works.
So I just use the almond milk in there. So
works.
it's not whole milk, and so it's a little, the consistency is a little bit different, but that's what it is.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. Nothing wrong with almond milk. It's a little sweet taste to it, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm.
I got the lactase stuff, so you know what I mean. It's all good.
Yeah.
You don't know the difference whenever I'm making whatever. I got to put some milk in it. You put a little bit of that in there. Almond milk, you do taste the difference a little bit.
Brother, I do not touch that stuff. I don't care if it's made with almonds. I don't care if it's made with soy. Me and milk are not friends. We don't kick it. What's weird though, I can drink like cream, no problem. I can have ice cream, no problem. But real, like actual pasteurized milk of any kind, any consistency, I'm not with it. No, thank you. I haven't had cereal in probably, man, I'll tell you how long it's been since I had a bowl of cereal.
You probably don't need none, bro. You're a black man, and we don't do dairy well, bro. But there you go. Question though, real quick. You got a question there, real fast, Trip. He says, "Does the almond milk thicken up? Question mark. And is it too sweet? Question mark.
I think it's too sweet.
It is a little bit sweet, but you can specifically get the unsweetened almond milk, which negates that issue, makes it a moot point. But it thicken up. It does eventually thicken up, just the same as
Liberty's Outlook.
Anything else, it does, yeah.
Liberty's Outlook, yeah, no problems with butter, man. It's so weird, man. It is so weird. Milk though, no jam. Can't mess with it. But butter, cream. I'm trying to think of anything else that's really cheese. No problem. Like
sour cream,
wild. Anything that is for the most part unpasteurized, I got no problems with. But
I got messed up off some French onion dip. I ate a little too much of that, and it got me.
Oh, word? Yeah, I can eat that. I can eat that too. I can eat cream cheese. Like you name it, man. You name it. Just not milk. Me and milk are not friends, and I'm fine with it.
That's just some black man shit. You got to go through. You learn that shit as a black man, what you can and can't do as far as there it goes, bro.
It took me like them same days we were talking about, them days in my apartment early. I couldn't figure out what it was, and I just lived with it because I couldn't afford not to eat milk. It's just facts. I could. It was big, like them days, man. It was macaroni and cheese, tuna, tuna, corned beef, and cereal. That was basically what I'm eating just to get by during those early days in bachelorhood, man. Just getting my life going. I've never cooked with ghee, but
that's a chef question, man.
Yeah, man. What have you cooked with ghee? Triple R?
Personally, no, I have not. Chef Trips, I don't know. What is he? Ghee, B-E.
Who's Ghee?
Yeah.
Who's Ghee? He's a French guy.
What Ghee be doing?
Sometimes he's called.
Why we cooking him?
Guy.
We got a couple of chefs running around.
I mean, what is? Is it like a butter? Is it a fat? What is it?
I have no idea. Y'all blew me away talking about the what was y'all called? You was talking about
what is ghee?
Beef fat. That got me. I was just like,
tallow, beef tallow.
It's butter with its milk solids removed, resulting in rich flavor and high smoke points. Okay.
So it's clarified butter.
Hey, Leo, we're about to get to Bears football and like.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Leo.
A minute, bro.
Sorry, Leo.
About to get it. He said it's clarified butter.
Yeah,
it is because I've seen it before, and it does have like a yellow, buttery appearance, and I wasn't sure what it is, but it's also it's more prominent in Indian culture or Hindi culture.
Yeah. What up, AK? Alan Kennedy up in here from CNG Podcast.
Oh, there's Alan.
What up?
But yeah, you find it in Indian cuisine. I've never used it. Now that I understand what it is, I'm gonna have to give it a shot for.
Now, I know Chef has fucked with clarified butter as well as roasted garlic clarified butter.
Mm.
And so you roast a couple heads of garlic in a piece of foil for 45 minutes to an hour, whatever, what have you, till it's soft and mushy. And then you clarify the butter and throw that garlic up in there and then put that together and it comes out and it's delicious.
All right. Let's because I think it's some people eager to get to this Bears conversation. We're gonna get some more of this extra sauce stuff in a little bit later on, man. But let's just jump right into it, man. How you been, fellas? Let's be quick and get this Bears conversation started.
Man, I'm good. My fantasy teams look great. Superflex inaugural show was yesterday. Please come check me out. Give me a like, share, subscribe. We're rocking every Tuesday. Outside of that, I'm good. Let's talk Bears football. Trip, what about you?
Yeah, I'm good. Sports Chicago style. Check out all the Bears content and the other lifestyle such stuff as well. Sports Chicago style. Let's go.
So I'll say it real quick just to get it out of the way. This is just an announcement. By today, we was hoping to be able to put the website on display for you all so you all can go shopping. Here's the drawback. We're trying to find a workaround to get all the members, the No Maniacs, Super No Maniacs, whatever tier that you're in as a member, trying to figure out how to get you the discount. So basically, we're trying to figure out how to do that without having to have everybody give us their email, and then we can directly give it to you that way. There's one way to do it like that. And then we're just trying to find a workaround so that we don't have to be all in your business and getting your email. And that's a lot right there, trying to get everybody's email and then trying to get them the membership discount code and all that kind of stuff. That's a little bit of work. So that's the only thing that prevented us from doing displaying the website today and having you guys go in there and do some shopping. It's that little part. So I want to just say openly, I really, really appreciate Kids and Trips. We spent the entire day. When I say those guys gave an entire day trying to make sure that website was right, we did work. There was all kinds of things that we had to do to that thing, man. And Chef Trips was pretty instrumental in guiding everything. And Kids was doing the framework, I was doing the artwork. So it was a combination of all three of us, man. And we worked our ass off. But we will have that website up hopefully before the season starts, man. I think we will. And we're going to get you guys those discounts we promised you, man. So thank all the people that, became members recently, and all the people that's been down with the membership with us from day one. Thank all you guys, man. Keep it up. Keep grabbing those memberships. Just go to the channel, grab them. And I'm telling you guys, you're going to be thankful later on. But I just wanted to say that's the only piece of business that I wanted to put out there, other than, just watching the Bears, man, and watching what's going on. So the first thing we should talk about. So today, when I got up and when I opened up Twitter, Kids and Triple R were having a whole podcast in my DM about, So I'll tell you what, kids, let me just pass it to you, and you and Trips can go back and forth, volley back and forth about the whole situation with Jaylon Johnson's contract and them freeing up $8 million to possibly do something with it. We'll get to the player that they're looking at right now, but a little later. But right now, let's talk about that whole thing with Jaylon Johnson's contract. Talk like y'all were talking in the DM.
Okay. So start things off. So Jaylon Johnson has had his contract restructured. What's up, Bruja? But yeah, he's had his contract restructured. It kind of looks like they were able to free up about $8 million on top of the one and change they had over and above on the cap. So me and Trips started sort of chopping it up in that respect, trying to, take a bit of a deeper look at the whole thing. Right off the bat, you have to speculate that this is done for a reason. And we'll get into that. I'll also say that Jaylon Johnson, all of us, suddenly was so much more forthwith with respect to his injury. And this kind of came about very recently. He said that this had nothing to do with his injury. This was not a holdout, his time away from the team. He was definitely injured. It's a groin injury, and that's what he's been suffering from. But suddenly, he's back on the field, and his contract's a bit restructured. So it sounds like they gave him some money up front. That's really what it sounds like for the most part. With that as it stands, Trip, do you think that they restructured this for, to potentially bring another player onto the team? And if so, what position group do you think they're looking at?
Well, before we get into specifics,
sure.
I don't know, because they said that now with this restructuring, that the team is like $1.3 million in the black. So, I mean, that's not, ain't no money to sign nobody, like that. That's just money to go into the season with.
Oh, wow.
And so, yeah, big up to Crimson, gifting the Nomad Network 10 memberships. That's what's up.
Everybody, to all those people that he just gifted those memberships to, thank you so much, Crimson, man. You the boss for that shit.
That's
all
wild.
He just gifted those memberships to, please thank that man and say, hey, be grateful and say thank you to him, man, because he didn't have to do that. That's just how much he loves the community. He's king. He's king, one of the kings of the wrench mob, man. And that's what he does, man. So shout out to Crimson for that, man. We love you for that, bro.
Man, Crimson, big ups to you, man. That's awesome. Sharing the wealth, paying it forward. For those of you who just received a fantastic gift, big up Crimson in the chat. Give him a little bit of love for sure. He deserves it. And once more, we really appreciate your support, Crimson, man. You're one of the realest MFs out there in the world. Thank you, brother. We appreciate that.
All right. So with that said, that's still not a lot of money to have any kind of a cushion with. So before they could sign somebody else, they would probably have to restructure one of the other big contracts, whether it be Moore, Tremaine, Komet, or Sweat. Those are the biggest deals that are out there. But I'm pretty sure that within these deals, there's written, if we want to free up cap space in this year, we can go with option A, B, or C. And now with Jaylon, they've done that But now another layer to that, it also makes that contract easier to be traded because the guaranteed money has, so much of it has already been paid up front. I'm not saying that they're going to trade him. It just makes those deals a little more enticing because you know what the price is. Even though nowadays these guys will walk and demand trades and all this fun stuff. But the only thing before I hand it back off to Nomad is the thing that I didn't want to really consider with Jaylon when they said soft tissue injury. Most of our discussion was around the hamstring, but of course, the groin muscle is also a muscle of soft tissue. But with Jaylon's struggles with his battle and proclivities in the sexual arena, a lot of that takes place with the groin. So it's like, oh damn, did get the boy relapse and do a little something a little extra with it with his thing. And it's like, oh, what did he do? And it's like my mind went there. My mind went there. I know, my mind went there. And I didn't want it.
That's because how you wired, man.
I know.
Holy shit. All you gotta do is say groin.
It's like, oh, what's he doing with his groin? Wait, he has no, not the groin.
Bro,
he was doing some freaky shit and he got himself hurt, and then he went out there on the practice field like, ow.
Enter the scrolls, man. Jaylon Johnson freaked himself out of training camp.
All that man had to say was a groin. And that's what Chris Ryan goes, man.
Too funny, man. He's a 69 guy.
But whatever the case may be, he's not on the injured reserve list, which is the most important thing. And so his stamina will be in question for game one, and his ability to, actually get out there and run game speed. He has not done that yet. He's run practice speed as much as possible. They haven't been trying to push it. But with that groin, you got to stretch it out a little something when you out there running in coverage.
Man, set your nasty ass up, man.
So, I mean, this is something that I would prefer that if he's not 100%, that they sit him down and let him, keep recouping throughout instead of playing week one and pushing through it. Because if he re-injures it or aggravates it, that's a season kind of thing, season-long kind of thing.
All somebody had to say was growing. God forbid we mentioned pubic hair or some shit like that.
Where are we going here?
Pubic hair? What is this, the 70s?
Where are we going?
Go ahead, kid.
How do we get there?
You gotta stop him right now. Is he gonna go off?
We went groin, not crotch, right? So, anyways, so as far as contract is concerned, I'm kind of looking at it now. Under normal pretenses, there was a potential out for Jaylon Johnson, for the Chicago Bears and Jaylon Johnson in 2026. There's basically $18 million in dead cap spread around. So it sounds to me like he's received $8 million in bonus, which would then come out of the 2026 salary that's pushed forward. So what that really means, where I'm getting to, is that means he's with us in 2026. No two ways about it. They can't cut him. They don't have the same out that they would have had. Jaylon Johnson will be a Chicago Bear in 2026 for sure, unless again they trade the remainder of the contract, just like Triple R was saying. If it's in a grander trade, they could trade the remainder of the contract, which would be less heavy for another team to assume. So that's kind of how the contract falls out. There's still roughly $50 million. Sorry, let me deduct the $42 million left on his contract over the course, between now and 2027. So again, I expect him to be around. To me, that's a good thing. But the real question of me and Triple R were sort of batting back and forth was actually, which one of those guys would you potentially extend and or push the money for? Like, when I say extend, it means you're definitely gonna eat that cash next year, and that player is definitely gonna be here next year, unless it's in the case scenario of a grander trade. The players in question really who could potentially be restructured are these players. And Tripp just went through them. Montez Sweat, Tremaine Edmonds, Cole Kmet, DJ Moore. Anyone else?
All of whom, we'll talk about this whole captains thing. I think that's crazy as shit, but that's interesting. None of them are captains, but I tell you what I think. I think there's three things that could be going on. One is just cap gymnastics that the accountant needs to do to make sure they need to be where they are, to have working capital in case they want to make a move, during the season. Or it could be something that they're trying to get somebody right now. That's a possibility too.
Well, sure, and I mean that's sort of the obvious statement. But
it's a movable contract easier now too.
But out of those guys I just listed, which one would you approach with an extension or restructure? Because again, what that means is that guy will be here in 2026 unless his entire contract is traded. And if we look at those contracts, the only ones that might make a little bit of sense would probably be Cole Kmet or DJ Moore. Like, I wouldn't want Montez Sweat's contract is massive. Right?
If you was about to ask me a question about who would I go in and do some restructuring with, I don't do salary cap stuff, but
it's not really a cap. It's not really like, follow me now. It's less of a cap question. It's much more of a performance question. Who do you feel like? I'm on the cap side of it, and I'm asking you from a performance perspective. Who do you feel is going to perform? Who do you feel is going to live up to their contract in the 2025 season? That's the way to put it. Montez Sweat. Montez?
Yeah. Because, only reason I say Montez is because the competition that Cole Kmet has, the competition that DJ has, how they're going to have to try to figure out, you heard Ben Johnson already say he's up late at nights and losing sleep trying to make sure he's figuring out ways to get those guys touches. Now, Montez, only reason people are talking shit about Montez right now is because they didn't realize he was injured pretty much throughout the season last year, and he was playing through it. Stuff that people don't know, they just don't know. But so people are judging Montez Sweat based off of that. I say a healthy Montez Sweat is going to be worth his weight in gold. I'm just not listening to all that nonsense about Montez Sweat all that shit. I don't listen to it, man. I know he's going to perform. And he had a bomb-ass camp. From everything, you couldn't do nothing with the guy in camp. So Montez Sweat is the guy to me.
I would argue that Tremaine Edwards, his utilization will be more towards his skill set as opposed to just having him, drop back in coverage for about 20, 25 yards and chill in the middle of the field, where I'm sure that's beneficial for some defenses. He's going to have more opportunity to, blitz the quarterback, more opportunity to make plays within 5 yards of the line of scrimmage and in the backfield. So his contract is still one that is mentioned as wasteful, let's say, in the polls regime beyond Montez Sweat. So I would think that he steps up even more because I think the pride factor hurt him more, whereas like Sweat, not an excuse, but a reason, he was hurt. He was injured. Whereas, Tremaine Edmonds is like, I wish I could get in on that play, but it is like way up there. Let me run up there and try and support. But yeah, I look for him to step it up.
Hey, so Leo says they released Ian Wheeler. Yeah, let me just mention that. He says they released Ian Wheeler. I wonder if it was due to injury. So
there were two of those.
They released Ian Wheeler and what was his name? Bill Murray with injury settlements. And that's it for their time in Chicago. Once they do that, it's pretty much over. Now, who knows what happens in later on after the season. Who knows? They might pick them back up. If I don't see it, but I think we've seen the last of Ian Wheeler and Bill Murray on this roster. And so that's what happened with those two guys. But back to the thing about Jaylon Johnson's contract. I think I hate to say it, man, because every time I say it, people think I'm just trying to get rid of Jaylon Johnson. But there's that aspect of it that they just made the situation a little bit more easy to do something with the contract, man. Because most GMs be like, hey, man, pay some of that shit out, man, before we make a move. I don't want to have to deal with that over here on my side.
I mean, because what did you say, Kez? It ends up being like $42 million for a 3-year deal, basically.
It's still too much.
I mean, but that breaks down, what is that, like 14 per year or something? Whereas like cornerbacks nowadays are signing deals pushing 30. You know what I mean? These are just numbers I'm just coming up with. But if they're in the ballpark, now that contract is very valuable for his skill set. Know what I mean?
I do. I'm not like. Let me look at these numbers one more time. So basically, remaining on this situation is, we'll deduct 8 from that, 7. There's another. Oh, okay, yeah, you could trade that. I'm just wondering if you get hit with the dead cap here, and I think you do. So my assumption is if the
Hey, you know what, kids? Sometimes I think we have a tendency to ignore the things that are right in front of our faces. I'm not saying that Jaylon Johnson didn't have a legitimate growing injury. He may have. But I think him missing the entire camp and all of a sudden having his contract restructured, I want to marry the two. In my mind, I think they're married. There's something to that. And we don't really know.
That's why I introduced it the way that I did, right? It's exactly why I introduced it that way. It could be very simple that he needed more money and had to figure out a way to get more money, and he did. It can also be the opposite. And when I mean the opposite, if Ian Wheeler just left the team with an injury designation, along with Bill Murray leaving the team with an injury designation, they may be looking to actually do something at the running back position, right? They may be looking to do something with respect to that. Potentially also at the edge, right? Look at a couple of these heads here, these names for Paul Martin. Why I say the edge, Austin Booker is hurt, and they just worked out. Who was it? Isaiah Foskey?
Yeah.
Is that who they worked out?
We're there now. Let's get to it.
Yeah.
So Isaiah Foskey is getting the workout. I don't know if it's already happened. He's been here. I doubt it, because I think people would know about it, and they probably would have made an announcement at least 24 hours afterwards. So if it could be coming today or tonight or sometime, and we'll get the announcement tomorrow. But he's scheduled to work out this week with the Bears and next week with the Eagles. And so he was drafted in 2023. He was a 40th pick in the second round, the 40th pick, drafted very, very high, low turnout in New Orleans. So everybody is just like, oh my God, Paul, you doing it again? You're just gonna get another guy that can't rush the passer and all that old hyperbolic shit on Twitter. Fast forward past that. Let me tell you something. And I was just talking to these two guys in DMs about this. Sometimes, and I say this all the time, you guys probably get tired of me saying it, but I have to say it again. There's a reason why everybody doesn't turn out right away. Sometimes it's their third, fourth, fifth year into the league before they start turning out results that you thought that they could bring when you get the guys. And sometimes guys don't get to last that long. Look at Zach Pickens. What did he get? 2 years? 3 years? If that? And he's gone. Isaiah,
3 years.
Okay, so Isaiah Foskey was drafted in 2023, 40th pick. Dennis Allen's guy. I'll tell you one thing. I don't know who it was on this channel, but I remember doing that draft, and it was somebody, I can't remember who it was.
I feel like it was Samo. I
think it was too, that really liked him. And I was just like, I don't like too much of what I see on tape. It's not like he's not a hell of an athlete. I just don't see the bend that I was looking for a real solid pass rusher. He's 6'5", 265 pounds. And so you start talking about bend, you don't expect to see a whole lot of bend with a guy that big. He's like Dom Rob size, right? And so what I thought about him was just like, okay, so he was a converted tight end in college. And so pretty much what we saw on tape that last year of him in college was, I don't know how many years he played defensive end, but he hasn't been there that long. So you're basically looking at almost a Dom Rob situation, a guy that's converted to defensive end and learn how to play the position. Gets drafted at 40th overall to the Saints. Dennis Allen starts working with him. I'm sure if Dennis Allen was still on that team, Isaiah Foskey would still be on that roster. But Dennis Allen is not coaching that team no more. They're turning that roster over a little bit, and Isaiah Foskey's out there in the wind. I think, and this is just me trying to have confidence in our defensive coordinator, if we pick up that football player, I'm confident that Dennis Allen sees something in him that he's probably thinking that guy just needs a little more time with these coaches. We'll get him where he needs to be. That's just what I think. He did absolutely nothing in New Orleans. But that doesn't mean anything to me because I know a lot of these guys, the trajectory isn't just linear with them. It takes some time. And so I think the fans are less patient than the coaches are. They know what they're doing. So if they sign Isaiah Foskey kids and trips, I know that Dennis Allen knows what he's doing.
Well, I agree with the latter part. I'm just looking, as I commented in our chat, I'm looking for burgers, not sliders. The reality is Isaiah Foskey sounds like much more of a developmental talent than anything else, which ain't terrible. You sort of stash him, you work him into being something, and away you go. But with Booker down, it'd be great to have something that can attack a passer now. Do we have that kind of cap space? I don't think we do, right? And I'm not sure if $8 million-ish, nine and a bit, is quite enough for a quality pass rusher. So we'll see. That's why I kind of feel like it's probably running back. Like it's just me, but I don't know.
Hey, a few no maniacs have jumped up in here. What up, FFG, Ron C, that kitty cat from over there in the toilet, and then Patty. Hey, girl.
Hey, Patty.
But as far as Foskey, it's like, okay, if he's developmental, it's like, sure, maybe one day he'll be okay. It's quite disappointing that it would take 4-5 years for a kid to develop just to be DN number 3 or 4. And it's like, well, shit, we can get that, just off the street or out the draft raw, can't we? But also on the flip side of that coin, as the expression goes, Dennis Allen would also know if there were detriments in Foskey's game that he didn't know. He was like, nah, we good. It's like, during the draft process, it looked like that. I worked with him. He doesn't have the bend. He doesn't have the fire and desire, or he's not coachable, or whatever the case may be. And I think that's kind of the same situation that it seems like the running back from Denver that got released, that Declan Doyle would have the inside dope on since he worked out there with him the previous season.
Oh, snap. I forgot he was in Denver. You're right.
And, and so I'm sure if he was available and Declan Doyle's like looking at this running back room is like, hey, this kid that I worked with got these traits that would be beneficial to this team and this offense. I'm sure the kid would be here. What's that?
He's talking about Austin Audric Estime, who's since been scooped up by a certain Super Bowl champion Philadelphia Eagles squad.
He won't last there. He'll be out on the street again soon.
No chance.
Yeah, but the thing is, if there was something about him, I think he would be here because Declan would be like, hey, Ben Johnson, we could use that kid in this offense. And then they would go on, hey, Ryan Poles, we need to get this free agent, young guy on the street who's available, bring him in. They didn't. So is it something that that they know, and that it's like, yeah, we don't need to bring in that kid at running back? Or is it one of those things that it'll take place after the first week where they can, start making moves against like the next year's cap or whatever the business side of it is? I don't know, but you got to bring guys in, kick the tires, maybe find that undeveloped talent. But it's like Foskey, it's like, is he really him? I don't know.
I think I'm optimistic about it, because what they're trying to do is just trying to improve these guys, improve the roster, and get guys that you got opportunities right now to grab some guys. Just to me, that's a hell of an opportunity. You got a 40th overall draft selection that's just out there, and there's only the Saints coaching staff, the defensive coaching staff, who are everywhere in the league right now, and Dennis Allen is the only like senior guy that has a significant job, and that's here in Chicago. They know what they seen day in and day out with Isaiah Foskey. So does it surprise me that Dennis Allen would want to bring him in here, let all the coaches get a look at him, let the GM get a look at him, and say, hey man, this is what I was telling you about him. You see that? You see how he consistently doesn't get lower than the man in front of him. We're gonna work on that. We'll get him where we need to be. And I'm telling you, in a year or maybe less, we'll get this guy, operational on this roster and making plays in this. I think this is a good opportunity. This part of the year, it's about finding those opportunities like your Isaiah Foxy, like your Audric Estime, who I never really thought a whole lot of. He just ran the ball hard, and that was it. That's just my opinion of him. But Isaiah Foskey, I didn't think the world of him then. But I'm saying now with our edge rusher room, I think this is a good opportunity for Chicago, for this team. Will you get immediate returns off of this football player? Probably not. But getting him and start to work on him, I think that's a good thing for Chicago.
I'm wondering, he was cut by New Orleans. Was he released?
Yeah, he was cut outright. He was waived.
Get to stepping.
Oh,
I agree with that, Paul Martin. He says Daniel Hardy has produced more than Foskey. You're right about that shit. Again, I'm gonna go back to what I just said, and that is the guy hasn't been playing the position very long. And remember what we all said about Dominique Robinson, myself included? All off season, like Dominique Robinson is out of here, bro. He's done. If he doesn't start doing what, we spend enough time working with him, he needs to start showing some results. And all of a sudden, how long have we been here? Going into year 4?
Yeah.
Year 4? And all of a sudden, he's making waves. That just goes to show you that if you don't give up on certain guys and you just continue to pour into certain guys have a certain amount of makeup to them that allows you to, okay, I see something in it. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep them on the roster. Let's keep going. And eventually, hopefully, we'll be right. That's where we are with Dominique Robinson.
I liked how you ended that, because that it's still, there's, it's almost go time, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody we gotta get a little hype now. Like, it's almost go time. Monday it is, and it's question marks like that are yet to be proven, right? Everybody was asking that question about Dominique Robinson throughout the preseason, the offseason, and the end of last season, heck, all the way through last season. And the verdict was, yeah, we don't think he's there yet. And then he got in the preseason and he flashed quite a bit at the other side of Austin Booker. Together as a pass rush duo, they looked very interesting. And I wish I could say that that's not a true statement. That being the case, we're yet to see it against another team in a live game setting outside of what we saw in preseason. So I'm for it. I'm with it. I want to see it. And just like you said, hopefully, right? Hopefully.
And hopefully DeAndre Swift, his groin is healing up as well. because that was his injury. That it was also revealed that
Oh,
he's dealing with one of those freaky deaky injuries with that area of the body.
I guess everybody's getting it on, so you know.
But it was off season. You know what I mean? They was down in Cancun or Aruba or whatever, and they was sliding up in some chick's IG DMs.
Hey,
And
Chris,
then,
we don't need to hear about your voyeurism, man. What do you imagine
huh?
everybody is
It's just
doing?
voyeurism. That's a big word.
Fuck you, man.
He said no man with 4 syllables on the motherfucker.
I know you think I'm a dummy, but I got you.
Oh snap! Well,
Hey, go ahead,
very
kid.
eloquently stated. I'm just saying, very eloquently stated. You know,
So I think this, man. Let's just push this conversation into the conversation that everybody wants to have, and that is why they might have cleared out this money to possibly sign a guy. And you got Jadeveon Clowney out there. You got who else am I? There's somebody everybody's talking about, za'darius Smith.
Za'darius Smith.
You got several. There's a few guys out there, not just those 2 guys. Those are the 2 guys that everybody wants to talk about. We need to go get them. We need to go get them. Shut the fuck up. They know what we need to do. You don't. I don't. Neither one of us do. And I would just say this. I think that if you go out and get one of those guys at this point, that means you don't have confidence in Austin Booker. That means you don't have confidence in Dominique Robinson, and you don't have confidence in Daniel Hardy. And in my opinion, it's paramount to let those guys get those opportunities. There might be a surprise in this box of cereal, man. You know what I'm saying? There might be a prize in there that we didn't expect. Could be a roach, could be a mouse or something. I don't know, but there could be an actual prize in there that we don't know about. But if they just get hyperbolic and listen to what the media and all the fan base are talking about, go get this player or that player because that makes me feel better. Some guys ain't going to get the opportunities that they deserve. And I think there's a couple guys, one in particular that I'm happy about, and that's Daniel Hardy. He's going to crack this rotation this time around. We're going to look at this depth chart in a minute, but I'm more excited about that than some, the journeyman edge rusher that we can get for a year. I'm just not into that. If we get to that point, maybe at the trade deadline, I'm with it. But right now, I just want to see what these young guys can bring to the table in this new defense, man. That's more important to me.
Like, I hear what you're saying. I just don't know how much I agree with it, and I'll lay it down like this. Hardy's a very specific guy, and I love what he brings to the table. I'm just not sure he's a edge rusher. I'm just gonna put it that way. He can do a whole lot on the field, man, special teams, etc. And I'm with it. I love the kid. Again, I'm just not sure if he's the answer there. On the other side of it, we've got Austin Booker, who I would probably attribute similar comments to, except in this here offseason, the kid looked new and improved. And I kind of want to see him unleashed on opposing offenses to see if that's the real deal. Problem is, he's out for 4 weeks. So we got 4 weeks of football to figure out on that edge. And I think the only thing left over here is Dominique Robinson. So with the 3 of us here, do you believe that Dominique Robinson is your edge on the other side that can create havoc? Trip, what do you think?
The previous iterations that we have seen of Dom Rob, the answer is no. But this preseason, he was getting more pressure. He was utilizing more tools in the defensive end tool bag, as Nomad pointed out in one show. And he also made the damn roster.
What did I point out?
That Dom Rob was utilizing more defensive end tools. Position-specific tools.
A little less than he was, just concentrating on 1 or 2.
Yeah. And so he made the roster. So They see something, Dennis Allen sees something that they like. So I'm not going to say, well, no. But from what we've seen, the answer is no. What we haven't seen is to be determined. But I mean, so far, Don Rob's been like that box of cereal that somebody left on the counter and didn't fold the bag up and shit, and roaches all up in there, or it just got left on the counter and somebody turned out the lights for like 2 minutes, and that was just enough for all the roaches to come in and be like, "Oh shit, look at what we done found," and then they try to fold it back up. And then when you open it, you got your mouth tasted. You got some cereal, you got the milk out, you got the bowl, and you pour it, and there's critters in it. Like cucarachas, like a son bitch. So, and like that's what Don Rob has been. You know, what he can be, I don't know. But Clowney, hasn't been the answer, and not Clowney, the other one, Za'Darius Smith. He, the veteran, he has, agency as well into where he goes. It's just not like, hey, Ryan Poles is on the phone, I'm moving all my shit to Chicago. He can say, nah, I don't want to play there. He can say, I want to play for the Eagles or the Bills or a Super Bowl contending team because he's a veteran. He's earned that right to do it. So just because he's a free agent does not mean automatically if Ryan Poles calls, he would be a Bear. So, it takes two to tango, and the parties have to be interested. They got to want to play here. The coaching staff got to want him here. And so it's a whole thing. And if Clowney and Smith are here, it's like, well, we got to get these guys. Then, like, we really don't because we don't need them that bad.
So let me mention what the Bishop says. Bishop says, per the CBA, if the Bears sign anyone after game one, that contract is week to week instead of a guarantee for the season. That's interesting. Something I didn't know.
Me neither.
That's so timing. That's basically saying timing is important on whatever move you do at this point. And so if you do it before game one, you're pretty much locked in for the season. But if you wait to after game one, you got some options there, is what he's saying there.
Week to week.
That's something I didn't know. Nuance in the CBA that I wasn't aware of. Good one, man. Bishop, that was a great one.
Yeah, that's a lot of money right there. And so it's like, yeah, we're gonna go into week one with what we got, and then we can, do these weekly piecemeal contracts as necessary.
Well, it is a very that's so key. That's very key information because it would explain why they haven't pulled the trigger on any of these things. They can go into week one and sort of test the waters and see, what do we have? Can we get to the quarterback? If you can, great. You don't need to go and pull that trigger. If you can't, you can bring somebody in for 3 weeks, let them go when Austin Booker's back. Right? So that's one way of looking at this whole situation.
Test driving some motherfuckers, huh?
Why not? Well, not even test driving, just rent. You're just renting. You know what I mean? Short-term rental.
That's not even rent. That's leasing.
Yeah, that's a lease.
Well, I mean, but if you're those players, it's like you happy to get that little lease check.
Oh, yeah.
With the option and opportunity to get more.
Oh, yeah.
Because if you out on the street by then, it's like, unless you go into the right situation or injuries, you're playing check to check, and unless you get it's like, all right, we're going to sign you for the rest of the year kind of thing. And that's what they're, looking for at that point. The business side of it.
That's very interesting.
Here's the thing, man. I think this should be what I'm about to say right now. I'm going to try to put this in the perspective of GM getting new coaching staff, offense and defense coordinators. We've given them quite a bit, right? When you say Ryan Poles gave them quite a bit for this season, this training camp, and they worked the dog shit out of those guys, and they got a good look at some guys that they've never seen before, some guys that we had on the roster, some guys that they suggested that Ryan Poles went and got, some free agents, and all this kind of stuff on both sides of the ball. But since we're talking about the defense, let me talk about this. Dennis Allen has gotten quite a few pieces too. You know, he's got some pieces out there. You know, most noteworthy is Grady Jarrett. But some of those other pieces out there, the Nick McLeods of the world, some of those guys that he got since he's been here. What I think the rational coaching staff would be and the rational GM would be like is, let's see what happens in the first game or so. Let's see. If you got confidence in these guys, put them on the grass. Let's see what they do when given their opportunities. If you're in that space, that's kind of a conundrum when you listen to the fan base and the media. Oh, we need this, we need that. You got to go get this, you got to go get that. When they're inside that building looking at these guys, whether it's in front of the media, whether it's in the Walter Payton Center, they're getting extended views of these guys. What I'm trying to say is maybe we should trust what they're doing inside that building and whatever decisions that they're making, be okay with it. I'm saying let these guys get on the grass first. Guys like Daniel Hardy just need opportunity, in my opinion. Let's see.
You use the T word.
What I
Trust?
Man.
Trust.
Stone Cold Steve Austin has a saying, man. It goes a little something like this. Don't trust anybody. That's how the saying goes. And it's a saying that is very it's very poignant with respect to Bears fandom, because we put a lot of trust in these coaches and this organization, and we again are not paid people doing the GM job, doing the coaching job, doing the scouting job. We're just fans, and that trust is always front face and center. Unfortunately, a lot of times that trust gets pooped on. So it's, the T word's a tough. It should be tough. It's a tough one to just swallow and throw out there.
Trial period, kids. All it is. It's a trial period. We're gonna talk a little bit later on about this man-love affair we got going on with Ben Johnson, and we're gonna talk about some of that a little later on. But it seems to be everybody's trusting that motherfucker, and he ain't coached it down yet. But when it comes to the rest of it, there's got to be like me. I'm not wired in a way that I can't put the burden on myself. What we can't trust, dude. We're just fucking fans.
Sorry, I'm just being the realest person in the world right now. You know what I mean? It's because of what we've seen transpire with respect to this team over the course of the last, I don't know, God knows, somewhere around 15 years. It's probably 50 years. Trust is a tough one. It's a tough one to just sort of to throw out there for most Bears fans.
Well, and then also I'm sorry, I cut you off.
No, you go.
Well, I think most fans also define most, because you can't say that the average Bears fan knows anything about this coaching staff or who they are. All they know is the Bears. And it's like every year the Bears break our hearts. They always suck. They got a new coach. They got a new general manager. Same shit, different season. They always suck. So that whole trust thing may have, just kind of worn out its welcome. Whereas we understand, the Nomaniacs understand that this is a whole new coaching staff, a whole new regime.
They got to build trust, man. And
right.
That's where we are. They got to build trust right now.
So they're coming in fresh.
Yeah.
But many of the fan base are not allowing them to come in fresh.
It's not just the fan base though. And that's like, we're in a really interesting part of this of tonight's episode. Give us a like, share, subscribe. And why I'm saying that is that I don't know if you guys have sort of noticed the narrative around Caleb Williams. I know we're talking really about other things, but trust is important, man. And I feel that the kid is getting a very negative look from the media across the board. I feel, to move it away from Caleb, I feel that Ben Johnson is getting a very favorable look across the board. And
it ain't gonna last, man, if we struggle, man.
Say what?
It's not gonna last if we struggle.
Yeah.
What
yeah.
the
Monday
Ben,
night
the
is
Ben
all
Johnson
out.
positivity? You mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well, that goes without saying, and it kind of should. Now let's flip it the other way. If we excel, it's also going to burn and crash, because the last thing this media, and I mean the sports world, is ready for is a working, optional, functional, ass-kicking offense in Chicago. I don't think they're ready for it, and they're doing everything they can. The close, as the clock's ticking closer to kickoff, everything they can to sort of, again, poo-poo on the idea that might actually exist. And to me, that's crazy, but I understand it. It's been the narrative in Chicago, man, for the longest time. Chicago just don't have offense. They just can't. They don't have a quarterback. They just don't. So let's poop on the quarterback and make sure that he feels terrible. And one of the interesting things to come out this week was Roma Dunze on the St. Brown brothers.
I knew somebody was going to bring that up. I have not seen it, kids. I've just seen little clips. That's it.
That's all you really need. That's all you really need, because the thing that jumped out to me, because I ain't really trying to watch no Detroit Lions business. You know what I'm saying, Don? I mean, Nomad.
Oh, they got it. I love their podcast, man. This is a podcast to me.
Fair, then you watch it. You put your money in. I'll let Don Bird put his money in us. So on the flip side, all that really jumped out to me was the conversation around Caleb Williams, and even Amon-Ra St. Brown was like, you know what? Media's stupid for all that. Like, that don't even make any sense. Let the kid do his thing and show out. All we're hearing is how the media feels about it. And the season hasn't even started yet. He's played 1 year in the NFL under what might be probably the worst coach he could have possibly played for. So give the kid a break. Let him do, who is everybody out there talking about Bryce Young?
No.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
Ain't nobody out there talking about no Bryce Young and how he's not going to be the guy, et cetera, et cetera. But we're hearing every day that somehow Caleb Williams is not going to be the guy.
Hey, you can't.
Well, this is where the trust comes in, because I think it's kind of earned. Ryan Poles is on the hot seat because of all the moves that didn't work out. Understood.
How's he on the hot seat? He's got a new contract.
Yeah. Well, on the hot seat with the fans, put it like that. Whereas he not with the organization, everybody got extended, so it's all good. But point being, he's now put the quote unquote number one pick at quarterback, the number one free agent coaching staff, offensive mind, offensive quote unquote guru. He's gotten the weapons with the wide receiver room that any team would be jealous of across the league. The offensive line has been reinforced from the interior out, where there is no there's one sus question weak link at we're not sure at left tackle, but we agree can win with. He's kind of mid, but he's not the worst out there. There's room for improvement, but this offense is set up to be successful, and which is something that this town is also not ready for. It's always been the defense. So if the offense can at least look competent and professional on Monday night, with all eyes watching, and we know the history of Bears and the bright lights, it don't always work out. But now if they can change that narrative, I think the trust goes maybe a few weeks longer. And it's like, okay, we can see what Ben Johnson, what Caleb Williams and the rest of the offense is doing, where they're going. It makes sense. It looks professional. Okay, we can trust it a little bit more.
So the chat's doing it large right now.
And
so this is the Cloud Chaser.
Real quick, kids, keep doing it, you guys. Keep bringing them comments, because we're starring some. We're gonna bring some up. I think that's what Cares is going right now.
I just start a couple myself just to hit them. Cloud Chaser, you're bang on. King Booker nailed it twice. Basically, nobody's talking about no Trevor Lawrence. I heard today I was listening to one podcast, it was a fantasy football podcast, and and I was like, wow, this is a crazy narrative. But they put Liam Cohen, I think, is the coach over the new head coach over in Jacksonville.
Oh,
thank you, brothers. That was well played. I was waiting for it too. So Liam Cohen's out there, and they pit Liam Cohen and Trevor Lawrence together versus Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. And they're asking, the question for those guys was like, who do you think is going to have a more successful season? And unanimously, everybody on this show goes Trevor Lawrence and Liam Cohen. And I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Wow. Okay. All right. So like this narrative is real, and that's really why I'm having this conversation here today on the show. I was like, this narrative is a real thing. People out there are just hating for hating's sake, and that's cool. Trevor Lawrence is in his 4th year. Trevor Lawrence was drafted in the same season as Justin Fields. Justin Fields been on 3. He's on his 3rd team, right? Like
sunshine over there chilling.
You know what I'm saying? He's rocking and rolling. He's doing his thing in Jacksonville, and that's just how it goes. They're gonna ride this thing out to the bitter end, and I don't blame them. Right? Like I don't. I'd be riding it out too if I was them as well. Or else you kind of got to push the button and reset all over again. The blame in Jacksonville was that somehow these coaches were terrible. First head coach situation was, but then you got a Super Bowl winning coach right after that, and he's gone now too. And you think Liam Cohen's the guy? Okay. But yeah, there's I don't understand why poor Caleb Williams is getting the hate that he's getting. And like, I think I do understand it. I think it's got just about everything to do with nail polish. Like, I'll just be honest. I'll just put it out there. I think it's got everything to do with nail polish, which is like the weirdest thing for me to say out in public. But man, it's definitely unwarranted hate. You know what I mean? It's just,
I don't know why. And I understand why the fan base, people that really are tied into social media. I used to really dig into social media, and let's just say I'm there, but I'm not there. I'm not commenting all the time, but I'm reading a whole lot of stuff. And I choose not to do that because it's just so fickle. Some of the conversations and arguments, man, to me, I don't have the energy necessarily for that, man. I got other things to think about. And I'm just going to tell you guys this as somebody that really appreciates you all. I'm talking about everybody that supports the channel, everybody that supports what we do. I want to say this to you. There's nothing you can do. That genie is out of the bottle. As far as all the criticism for Caleb Williams, this comes with the territory now. It's there. Ain't no sense in him and Han about it. It's what it is now. It's not that that's what you prefer for him. I don't prefer that for him. I put out many, many shorts trying to get the fans to just cool off, wait. Don't expect all this great Caleb Williams right away. I've said that over and over and over again. And I would be that way for any quarterback here. And to Ked's point, the unfair criticisms towards him, is to me, for the simple fact that he's in Chicago, it's in a big ass media market, and Trevor Lawrence is somebody that doesn't get that kind of exposure because he's in Jacksonville, and because they've let him alone and let him play over the past 3 or 4 years. With some, he's gotten some criticism, but it's not a bigger narrative as the Caleb Williams one is.
It should be though, man.
He's in Chicago. That's gonna happen to him, bro. That's
and also the expectations are higher because it's like, all right, Caleb. Everybody now knows that it's like, oh, Superman, Caleb Williams, and it's like, okay, it's like, oh shit, Ben Johnson, can get 30 points a game. It's like, oh shit, look at all these weapons they got, with players that can do things with the ball after. So basically they scared. And so they're gonna try and play it and go, oh, they ain't ready. They ain't ready. I hope they ain't ready because we scared. And they ain't ready. Oh shit, they ready, ain't they? They ain't ready. Oh fuck, they ready. And that's what I kind of see it as. And it's right there for, Caleb, for Ben Johnson, for everybody else to step up and be like, yeah, y'all right to be scared because we are going to be professional and we're going to score points and we're going to shit all over this league like a bear does in the motherfucking woods. And so they scared right now. And so it's just up to the team that Hallis Hall family to come out and show and prove. No more talk. Shout out to my man Scarface.
So
I think. Go ahead, Kid.
Sorry, I'm just. So Trevor Lawrence was a generational talent. They touted, drafted first overall. By any scout out there, anybody looking at the situation was a surefire. I've heard Trevor Lawrence compared to John Elway, Andy Luck. I've heard him compared to people that have really done this job well. I don't know about you guys, but maybe I guess there's been a 4,000-yard passer in Jacksonville. Mark Brunell, maybe? Like, you know what I mean? Like, who was that? They've never done anything in the NFL. Real talk, real. Like, has Jacksonville even ever won their division?
Tony Baselli was in the playoffs, so yeah, I think so.
Like they've made the playoffs, but I'm pretty sure it was like as a wild card selection. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how. Like the only reason, and like the reason I'm continuing a little bit of this conversation is because Nomad, you hit on something. If Caleb Williams is in the largest media market, and that's the reason why he gets the heat he gets, that means it's Chicago. You know what I'm saying? That means it's the Chicago media.
Well, kids, do you hear the questions they be asking in press conferences? That's the Chicago media that be asking those dumbass questions.
Give me a specific.
Well, be specific. Like when Cram asked Grady Jarrett if he's trying to be polite and kiss ass to his coaches, and Grady was like, "Look, man, I'm a grown motherfucker. I do what I do because that's the way I do it and how I do it. You don't like it, shut the fuck up." And Cram didn't have shit else to say. I forget who it was, but was it your boy Potsy that asked Caleb Williams some stupid fuck.
Shout out to Potsy, man. I like Potsy, man.
But it was some dumb question. But it's
just talking Justin Fields when he asked Justin Fields a question. I know.
That too.
It was Fields. I know what you're talking about.
But it's a consistent thing that
this is Chicago.
Exactly. It's a consistent thing. It's Chicago media.
This is Chicago media. And this is what I'm kind of pointing out. This is like cannibalism. I don't think the Chicago media wants Chicago to have a 4,000-yard passer because then they got nothing to talk about. It's some serious bullshit. And if we're looking at, if you're looking at it from, if you're looking externally, we just identified a guy who's in a very similar case scenario. There's two of them, but one's been here for 4 years, touted by everybody. He's in his 4th year, right? There's no reason why Trevor Lawrence shouldn't be getting shit on left, right, and center, bro. No reason. This kid's been in the year 1 season. Bryce Young been in the in the league 2 seasons. Poor kid.
It's I gotta tell you guys something, man. The thing about what I had to learn to understand, I was always we were all on the outside looking in at one point or time. We were just loving the Chicago Bears. We were, and everybody here as well, man. This community and us here hosting this podcast, we were all on the outside looking in. And here's the thing: now we have a voice. What do you do with that voice? And what some people that have a voice in this media ecosystem, what they do with it is they gin you up. They gin you up. just to let you down at some point. They are really, really good at that. They will gin you up about the player that they want and have you out here on every podcast fucking repeating the shit. And what happens is, like Caleb Williams, unfortunately, man, unless he performs well pretty quickly, I don't know that this media is going to be kind to him. Given that the fact that we just got all these weapons, we just got Ben Johnson, and people are expecting results right away. And so I'm telling you guys right now, if Caleb struggles early and some things happen, I'm telling you, the media is not going to give him Trevor Lawrence kind of leeway. Not here in Chicago. Trevor Lawrence can get away with that in Jacksonville. This is fucking Chicago, man.
I don't
perform here, or you won't get much time.
Dan Weeder is gonna go out Karen.
Dan Weeder, like I'm looking at, I'm looking at King Booker's comment here, and he's saying Weeder don't want the team to be good because he'll lose his job because he'll have to say good stuff about the team, and like, even if that, like, Dan Weeder just got he just switched jobs. He got a great job now. He got another job. He can, by all stretch of the imagination, be positive. Odds are they're not going to fire him tomorrow. He just got a new gig. So, I don't know what it is, but there has to be there, and this, I think it starts with the fans. I think there has to be another. Let me phrase it like this: we all just gotta get behind the kid, man. You know what I'm saying? We all got to get behind Caleb Williams. All of us, those of you who aren't, I don't care if you like Tyson Bagent, he's great. I like him too. I think he's fantastic. But at this point, I think you need to be behind the quarterback of the Chicago Bears holistically, because he's our answer, man. He is our answer. He is our opportunity. He's our investment. All of those things are true. And all we're looking at right now is a situation where the media is trying to divide Bears fans and put them in a situation where they question, they don't have that trust. So I'm going to say to all y'all right now, on Extra Sauce, I believe in Caleb Williams. I believe in Ben Johnson. And I hope you guys all do too. Because if you can all believe with me, I think we're going to one hell of a football season, y'all.
Well, the thing is, it doesn't take much convincing other than W's and competence on the field. If that's all it will take to win over the naysayers, that's all it will take to win over the media, is like, oh, well, these guys can actually play football.
Robert Oscar, you for real?
Jobs. Wait, what's that?
Robert Oscar won 30K.
I was about to respond to, like, damn, Ron, goddamn.
Man, congratulations, Ron.
Congrats.
You should fly me in for the first game on Monday night, man. Fly me in, bro.
I can get party at my house. I won 30K on a TikTok random giveaway.
Damn, good looking.
Crazy.
Congrats, Ron.
Is that like real money, or is that like TikTok dollars or something?
Man, they be doing big things on TikTok, bro.
I was just gonna say, somehow, clearly, we are on the wrong social media platform.
Right? It's a party in his mouth, and everybody was coming.
Hey, man.
Hey, man. I should say this, man. And here's the thing: we got a bunch of people in the media space that know that if they collectively bang the table for this or that, bang the table for this or that, and they start getting those things. What you're seeing right now is media anxiety, is what it is. I'm telling you, kids, Trips, you can tell me whether you think I'm on the right track.
You are. You keep going. You are.
It's media anxiety. They've done all this goddamn shit talking about how great the Bears are going to be because we got Ben Johnson paired with Caleb Williams, and we're going to be everything. We're going to be the best thing since fucking sliced bread. Now the reality is starting to set in. Now that we're close to the season, we're only days away from the kickoff, and they're unsure. And that's what you're hearing. That's what you're feeling. That you're responding to them. They're anxious and they're unsure, and they're trying to make you feel that way.
Well, they're all also the ones that are unsure because they are legitimately unsure. They were proponents of trading back and taking the Hall instead of taking Caleb Williams. So Caleb Williams has to win them over to justify his being drafted as opposed to not. There's that segment of the population. Then there's just the segment that's like, look, it's
Chip,
it's like
let's
it's
speak to
like
what you
Pittsburgh
just brought to
Steelers.
light, man. Let's speak to what you just brought to light, because that's what you just brought to light is something that man, that's just rooted in ego. You know what I'm saying? And even me, I'm on a effing podcast for with respect to the Chicago Bears. We talk Bears football on a weekly basis, once, twice, sometimes all bloody week. I have an ego, as does everybody on this channel, as well as every fan out there in the world. But at some point, you kind of have to put your ego away, because the facts are, especially for me, again, as a podcaster, I'm not the GM of the Chicago Bears. I'm not a professional scout. If you're working for the Bears, yeah, you should probably have a little bit of ego, because you are paid and schooled and know what you're doing. If you screw up in that case, you screwed up. You know what I'm saying? But none of us are. So holding Caleb Williams' feet to the fire because you didn't like the fact that he might have got drafted and you thought it should go a different way in year 2 is just foolishness. And you're a Bears fan? I thought they should go for the Hall. Like, let's just put it out there. Y'all well know, if you've been watching me on the show, I was all about the Hall. Heck, I said, by all means, trade the kid, trade back, get Jaden Daniels. I don't care. Let Washington get him. These are all things that I personally said. It's a year later now. The kid's here. He deserves my respect. He deserves my fandom. And I love this team. And I think all y'all out there love the team too.
Mm-hmm.
So step outside of your own personal ego and be a fan. Love the team.
Let me say this real quick, man. Let me say this real quick. And I'm going to say this how I feel it. I've thought this before I became a podcaster. I was on the outside looking in. I think that guy might have been my motivation to find my way into this. And Dan Wiederer, I've always thought, was one of those people who lived and used his job as a weapon. I'm going to be so critical of them. I'm going to make people pay attention to me because I'm going to be so critical of him. He calls the franchise this poverty organization and all this old type of shit. And he's always with the wide eyes. I'm so worried. I don't know what's going to happen with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. Is it going to work? And all that old kind of goofy ass shit that people just, and they clip the shit and they put it on social media and people just eat it up. What's funny about it is, the sadness about it is the raggedy, janky, fucking trashy ass algorithm that wins. It's the trash that wins. There are so many really good takes on what the Bears are and what these coaches are doing with this quarterback. There's so many really good takes out there that are on social media. But what wins is the ratchet shit. Like people like Dan Wiederer put out there and they clip up for his organization. All that, it's just bad, man. You got to understand, and I'm trying to tell the No Maniacs not to fall victim to the algorithm. Just because somebody's saying something doesn't mean necessarily you should be listening, bro. Or lady. You shouldn't be. Fuck what that dude is talking about. What does he know? It's real football players out here like us, speaking real truth to what is actually going on. I don't need to be at the Bears camp to tell you what's going on. It's fucking development with a new coaching staff. They're going to struggle at first, especially on the offense, where Caleb's been, where he is now. This new coaching staff, a new offense again, being under center. Yeah, it's going to be a struggle, but it ain't the worst thing in the goddamn world that some of these reporters would have you to believe. You just got to be willing to be patient. Are they going to be patient? Probably not. I'm trying to get you all to be. And just know it takes time. That's just football, man. That's it.
Now let me ask you this question, Nomad Kids and No Maniacs. We know what the Bears have been, for the last couple decades, straight ass. But now, would you rather be in the situation that the Steelers fans have been in, where their team is, 10, 11 games throughout the season, but in the playoffs just get that ass spanked ugly style, first round every year?
Easily the Steelers.
You would rather that and know you're gonna get your ass kicked in the playoffs?
Yeah. Because you can identify a whole lot better and easier exactly what you need to do to get over that hump. Now for us, it's like, okay, whose problem is whose fault is it? We got so much dysfunction, you don't know exactly where to point the finger at. The finger getting pointed at Caleb Williams one moment, next minute is getting pointed at Montez Sweat, next minute is getting pointed at whoever. It's so many different reasons why dysfunction happens. If you're a winning team that's constantly winning 8, 9, 10 games every year and you keep coming up short, when those coaches look at that film trip, they're going to easily identify, we got to get better here. This is our way to get over the top. With this situation, when you're only getting 4 and 5 wins and shit like that, that's a lot of tragedy to fucking deal with, bro. A lot.
Yeah. All right, what do you think, Cats?
I would take what we have, and there's a reason for it. The reason is, you can easily identify it the way the Nomad sort of put it. The problem is, if you make it to the playoffs, you can't fix it, and that's where Pittsburgh's been this entire time. Yeah, they make it into the playoffs. They then have to go into the following year's draft and select a fledgling quarterback in the 20s and hope maybe he might help them win Kenny Pickett. Right? Like, that's the problem. You're in purgatory. They've been in purgatory since Ben Roethlisberger left the team. That's the problem. We all know what the problem is in Pittsburgh. They ain't got no damn quarterback. Super easy to identify and talk about. You're right. But they can't get one either.
Simple fact.
Yeah, so it's not. I was Cloud Chasers Radio, CCR, not Cretan's Clearwater Revival. Those are different. But it's not
Coach. Sorry.
What the
get out with that dirty rockabilly. But it's not a apples to apples. Like, do you want to be the Steelers? It's, do you want to be the Steelers since Big Ben left? So 20 years ago, and they've won during the season, but sucked in the playoffs. Hey, all. Whereas we've just been like a lot of all. But now I think because of all of the losing, we're in a better position as a franchise going forward, more so than Pittsburgh is, because of the changes that have taken place, from President Warren to Ryan Poles to Ben Johnson, all the way down to whereas they have basically the same structure, the same, they'll get rid of a coordinator here and there as the fall guy, but Tomlin's still there, and it's going to be, his voice and that same basic thing going forward. Whereas we're younger, stronger, new direction. So I think we've suffered as a fan base for a long fucking time, but we've looked at other fan bases with envy. And it's like, well, just Pittsburgh, why can't we win throughout the season? And we ignore what happens to them in the playoffs. But put it all together, this team is going to go places right now, right here. It may not start off at 30 points a game. Maybe it starts off at like 18, 19 points a game. But they're working their way forward. So it's like, this is the stars are aligned. We got peanut butter and jelly at the same goddamn time. So this offense, there are no excuses. There's nothing. Let's go.
Tell the truth. You feeling a little anxiety too?
Well, no, not anxiety, more anticipation. to where it's like, let's go. Can we Sam these next 5 days? It's like, come on, let's go.
you want to?
It's not fear. It's excitement. It's like, all right, it's been waiting for Christmas. We done decorated the tree. We done bought the presents. We done wrapped them up, and they just under that motherfucker. It's like, well, now we just gotta wait for the official day to open them, and that official day is still 5 days away.
All right,
and ain't no eggnog to drink either. So
it feels like to me we need to turn the bus a little bit and go. So let's get to some up-to-date shit right now, and that is today. Jaylon returned to practice. Kyle Monunga, good news, returned to practice. Who's not practicing? TJ, Roshan, and the Bears injury report is coming out tomorrow. Here's the good news is we got Jaylon out there, and we got who else did I say? Kyle Monunga. That's great. Getting that other running back out there because that damn room was bad. It was bad. Since the last preseason game when Britton Brown got all them damn carries because we didn't have enough running backs. We got another running back out there. But what scares me a little bit, but not so much, is TJ being on that injury report or being on the injury report tomorrow, but not practicing. It's not a good sign going into the week. But also, I know that coaches do those kinds of things. If a guy's a little bit iffy, and, we don't want to risk anything, we'll keep him out of practice all week and just play him game day because we want to save him. We don't want to have him running around out there thudding and hitting and all that kind of shit. We want to get him ready for game day. So I'm confident that TJ will get there. But if he doesn't, the conversation about who plays in his role and what is that role after that. And so what I foresee happening if TJ is a little too dinged up to go is I think Noah Sewell's going out there and he's going to probably play Mike, and then Tremaine's probably going to play the Will.
You think Tremaine's going to play the Will?
Because only reason why is because he's been getting reps there. Him and TJ have been going back and forth. Noah hasn't. He's been getting Sam reps and middle linebacker reps. So it would make more sense to run Noah at the Sewell, give him Noah at the Mike and give him the green dot, and put Tremaine at the Will. He's been taking the reps there. So to me, that's an interesting conversation because I think, this is what Noah's been waiting on. You know what I mean? An opportunity to go out here and do this shit.
What about Ruben Hippolyte?
He's been running all Will reps.
So why wouldn't he be the replacement for the Will?
He might, but I think Noah is the next man up for the linebackers. That's why I think they gave him reps at Mike linebacker for those reasons.
Yeah, but to go along with what Kansas is saying here, I wouldn't want to have my backup green dot middle linebacker guy now to come in at Will and not middle linebacker, because now if he gets dinged up over there, who's going to wear the green dot, behind Tremaine? You don't want to sacrifice your depth there. You threw out Hippolyte, let the rook play.
I don't know.
Whereas I see like Sewell would be next in line, veteran depth-wise or experience-wise in the league, but I think he would be too vital in that middle role to throw him out as a starter at the week and have him backing up middle.
I don't think you want to run a rookie week one with so much.
I hear that, but again, what we're talking about is the Will. Like, it's a perfect position for a rookie. If you're going to play a rookie, like that's where I'd want.
Sam is the perfect position to play for a rookie.
Sam, yeah, okay, that's a fair comment. They're on the field much less, but besides Sam, I would say, Will, you're a heat-seeking missile, and that's the difference here. I wouldn't he's a heat-seeking missile as far as Ruben Hippolyte is concerned. I really liked what Noah Sewell put on the field this preseason, and I kind of can't wait to see him on the field at some point this year and really get his shot at the mic. But I don't see him as a Will. You know what I mean? Ruben's a Will.
Kids, here's the thing that we need to understand. I'm talking about us as fans. It's like, who do they trust? You know what I mean? Because that's what it's going to come down to is who do we trust to do this? Who do we trust to be assignment capable for that? You know what I mean? Do we trust Noah Sewell with the full playbook, or do we trust this rookie with the full playbook? And we're going to find out. Guess what? If TJ doesn't go, we're going to find out exactly who they trust. And we think on the outside, who we think is more suitable to do this or that, that's one thing. What they see inside that building when they call those plays, who adjusts at the line of scrimmage and makes plays on the fly and plays, all that kind of stuff makes a difference. And so no matter what we think on the outside, it's about who they trust inside that building to be assignment ready. Because you got to be assignment sound when it comes down to it. You can't miss your shit. You can't. And who would you trust more? Would you trust a guy that's been there a couple of years, 2-3 years, or would you trust a rookie that you think is going to be there at some point, but maybe not yet so far? I don't know, man. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, we'll see. Because even the historical experience angle to this, I couldn't even attribute to the guy because he hadn't been on the field all that often over the course of the last few years. And I'm not really trying to tout Ruben, or Noah in this case. I just think that Ruben is super fast. And if you're super fast, you're going to cover sideline to sideline in a similar manner as to what we might see from, man, I got to really think about this. So you're suggesting that they flip Tremaine to the will and they start Ruben as the Mike.
He's the
sorry, my bad. They start Noah as the Mike.
Other than Ruben, only reason I say that is because other than Hippolyte, Tremaine is the only other guy outside of TJ's been getting reps over there, so he knows the job. Outside of Tremaine, the only person that's run will is Noah. And so you got to do process of elimination there. You know what I'm saying? It's like you want to see the rookie out there flying around and doing all that shit, but at the end of the day, he's still a goddamn rookie.
So I don't care. I don't care who's out there. I have no skin in this game really. My thoughts is who's the most capable for sideline to sideline thumping. No. And no.
Talking about that Will?
Yeah.
I'm gonna put that job on Tremaine every day.
That's what I'm about to say right now, right? Like that's what I'm about to say. I was like, Ruben Hippolyte's super fast, but one of those things we haven't really had the opportunity to see from Tremaine Edmonds is how fast he really actually is. My guy could move. So if they put him in a situation where, he's going sideline to sideline as a thumper, as opposed to really, commanding the middle of the field, it's a different move. But I think that might actually work better than lighten up the rookie for his first foray.
They also will if TJ doesn't go, they will also raise Carl Jones from the practice squad, and so they will have, I believe Carl Jones ran some Sam, and I'm just remembering what I saw, some Sam and some Will linebacker. And so they got depth. They got guys that can play Sam. We not worried about that.
Well,
but
I don't see them elevating Carl Jones.
They will have no choice if TJ doesn't dress.
Yeah, no, they do. They're like Ruben's still on the team. They don't have to. You elevate Carl Jones, you got to pay Carl Jones.
Bro, they're gonna play they're gonna dress 4 linebackers, bro. Trust me. There ain't gonna be no 3 linebackers on the 50. There's gonna be 4 linebackers. It's gonna be 2 of them that can play all 3, at least. Trust me when I tell you, there's gonna be at least 2 that run the mic. There's gonna be 2 that plays everywhere. There's gonna be 2 that runs a mic. You got to have at least 2 that runs a mic. That's the green guy.
Interesting. So maybe they're yet to elevate Carl Jones. I know he's been pulled back onto the practice squad. You know, like even next week, that's a better move because then you don't have to pay him, just like from what Bishop was saying earlier on. Then you don't have to pay him long term throughout the season. You can cut him, let him clear waivers, and put him back
Well,
on.
yeah, but the injury throws a monkey wrench in that, because now you're going into a game,
Yeah,
a man short in that room.
yeah.
So now he's a necessity as opposed to luxury.
I'll knock on wood and say they go in with 3.
Or they go in with TJ suiting up, seeing if he can go. And so, they have the full complement.
When you start thinking about the way kids put it, and you start talking about, okay, who you got to pay and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, to Tripp's point, you dress TJ anyway, even though he never touches the field, so you don't pay a guy. You got that, but then that's tight ass shit, man. You can't be doing that kind of stuff because you might actually need him and throw him out there and he's fucked up. You know what I mean? So to me, you bring Carl Jones up on the roster and say you bite the bullet.
Yeah, not just getting what Bishop put out there. Not in week 1. Week 1, I would ride the wave, man. See what happens. If he ain't good next week, then you elevate Carl Jones and you can do the old cap dance, cut him, put him back on the practice squad, and do that after he clears waivers all season long. But this week, things are a little bit different. You know what I mean? It's a little bit of a different story. You got to pay the man all season. So that's wild. That's crazy. But like I say, I think Tripp, you probably nailed it. I think they dress him anyways, hurt, and hope they don't have to play him. Nomad, I think you might be right though. I think you might be right. I think they might slide Tremaine over and start Noah Sewell at middle linebacker. And to be real about that, I actually have no problems with that. I think that'll be a very interesting experiment to watch, because I kind of want to see Tremaine Edmonds as a thumper. I want to see that.
Well, now we're gonna see. Look at the competition. Now you got, who is it? Aaron Jones, and you got Sewell, Edwards, and Hippolyte. They're the second level, ready to greet him and fill those holes. So you got a lot of speed up there, and you got some thump. At all 3 positions.
Hopefully, you don't have to come to that. Also, right, to be pointed out is Jaquan Briscoe was full practice and he
back.
Let's
Heart
go.
and Soul's back, and he was talking all kinds of good stuff there the other day.
Clowney B, Karate Kid.
Yeah.
One thing I don't like is what the hell just happened to Roshan Johnson.
What you mean?
He was a full go in that hard practice they did, that full out practice they did where Ben Johnson came right out and told him we hitting today. And they went out there and had that physical practice, and he got into it with Jonathan Owens, and he ain't been right. I think he's got a high ankle sprain.
Oh, damn.
In 3 weeks, and it's been 3 weeks, and I think he might be one of those guys too, Kez, that they might be, kind of holding back for the week, and then, just to be on the safe side, and then dressing him for the game. And if Britton Brown's coming up to the roster then, because Travis Homer right there.
No.
Numbers game. Gotta have somebody up there and running back.
I'm trying to tell you what they're gonna end up having to do.
I hear what you're saying. I don't see that happening. I see them running DJ Moore before any of those things go down.
Bro,
well, I could see DJ being that, quasi come in for a few plays at running back, but they're not gonna. Right now on the roster, you get Swift, Rojo, and Manangai. That's it. Now Manangai is coming off of being dinged up. Swift's groin has been a thing, and Roshan is dealing with maybe a high ankle sprain or who knows what the fuck. So those are all your 3 running backs, though. So you gotta bring up Brown and sit down somebody, because you got 3 that aren't healthy. You can't say that 1 out of 3 is healthy or 2 out of 3 is healthy. You got 3 out of 3 that's all dealing with something.
hey, somebody got to put on some clothes, kid. Somebody got to put on some clothes and some pads, and you might not like it.
It's got less to do with whether I like it or not. It's just not a. It's not a you're gonna pay Britain again. We're in the same same area we were a second ago. You're gonna pay Britton Brown all season to be a part of this running back room. I'm just gonna be as real as I can be here and tell you, we saw a good dose of Britton Brown. He got 28 yards.
That's why.
Well, yeah, but somebody has to be there.
That's probably why Roshan ain't practicing. He's going to be a surprise addition to the roster. To your point, it's not like your point ain't valid, bro. It's not that. I'm just saying why Roshan isn't.
No, it's a great point. What do you do in this situation? I don't think what they do is elevate Britton Brown. I think they decide to go. It's 1 week. You know what I mean? It's 1 week. Worst case scenario. I think you go over to DJ and say, "Hey, DJ, man, you know what? You're gonna run the rock. Somebody else is hurt. If we need you to run the rock, you run the rock. This way we don't have to bring Britton Brown up, and if we do have to bring him up, we'll do it next week. And this way we can,
Mr. Pragmatic.
6 reps of DJ at running back.
Sure.
You throw that into the game plan because they got game plans. It's like, all right, if we can get 6 good plays out of DJ at running back, that is successful enough to fit into the rest of the game plan.
And they've been working him out in that position quite a bit this offseason. So I would not be surprised. You know what I mean? I would not be surprised. I would be hella surprised, though. Hella surprised if Britton Brown wound up dressing on Monday night as a part of this 53-man roster.
It would be a huge mistake to elevate him because you're stuck with him. I'm not saying that Britton Brown is a horrible running back. I'm not saying that whatsoever. What I'm saying is I think we can do better at that position. That's the only thing I'm saying.
It's not a personal shot. You know what I'm saying? I got to clarify. Like, Britton Brown's not a personal shot, man. I'm not taking shots at you. I'm just saying that I think, and this is why I'm a little surprised that they haven't made a move, even though we're looking at a situation where they just freed up some cap to make a move. I'm just a little surprised they've waited this long to make a move for that room, knowing all of these guys are hurt. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's a little bit surprising to me. You're going to go into week 1 and you don't really have the backup in the room that you require. I find that a little bit crazy. But that little wrinkle there, if you got to pay these guys, that little wrinkle is super interesting. And even then, I'd go grab somebody that I have some level of trust in.
Well, but you bring up that trust word, and speaking of the running back room, a guy that hasn't earned it but has burned it for a lot of Bears fans is Roschon Johnson. When he is on the field, he's still nothing special, but he can't stay on the damn field.
My guy Paul Martin was saying earlier in the chat, like, he's just about done with Roschon Johnson. So, like, I know what you mean.
So I'm a proponent of like, hey, what's up with that Nomad's kid? Went to the Titans, Martinez, Damian. Bring him in because
I have to stop myself from singing that 2 Live Crew song every time I hear his name.
I think there might be a component to this conversation that we might not understand quite well. I think Bishop brought in something that made me think about something about the CBA that I didn't know. Maybe there's something to that, why they haven't pounced on them.
Because you got to pay, like, you know what I mean? If you're bringing somebody, you're paying them. If you're scooping them off of a practice squad, you're paying them. They have to be. You can't poach somebody from a practice squad and put them on a practice squad. That's what you can't do. Right. You got to poach them from a practice squad. You know what I'm saying? And elevate them to your 53-man roster. So that guy's getting paid. But what you can do after week 1, you can poach them, put them on your 53, and then cut them down the road. All right, that's what you can do, as opposed to in week 1, you put him on the 53, and now you got to pay him for the year.
Ain't no way that they think Britton Brown is a guy. That guy is not going to be here long. Whatever move it is waiting to happen is waiting to happen. Just know that there's going to be a move at some point. When they do it, it's probably strategic. You know what I mean? So that's it. You know what I mean? Week 1, we're probably going to be dealing with Britton Brown on the practice squad or maybe on the 53. I don't know. Don't really care. Don't really care. Just get the people you need inside the building and do it in an orderly fashion is all I can say. But let me move to this next conversation. I know you all saw the 1920 football drive today. You had to.
Oh, I didn't see it.
You did not see it.
Nope.
You didn't see it either, Trip? I didn't see it.
Oh,
Nah.
Oh, my God.
Every time I hear 1920 football drive, I think of 2600 Jackson Street.
Well, it was basically a retrospect of the camp. They basically went through more or less some guys. I guess they pointed out guys and position groups that they were impressed with. One of the people that stood out, and we'll just start talking about him because he was a heavy conversation earlier, and that's Dom Rob. And how Dennis Allen, they interviewed Dennis Allen and asked him about Dom Rob, and you look at Dennis Allen's response to it. Once you guys get a chance to look at it, you'll be like, okay. And I thought that stood out. Dom Rob was one of those guys that was a bubble guy, no doubt about it. And then he rose to make.
I wish they didn't do that.
He didn't make a practice squad. He made the 53. They're gonna pay that guy for the year. And what I was trying to say earlier about Isaiah Foskey, Dennis Allen, and the whole thing with Dom Rob is patience. And I started lacking it at this offseason. I felt like they could have done better than Dominique Robinson. I felt like the Dominique Robinson saga has played itself, and I felt like they can do better with that roster spot. And that's how I felt until I saw him on film. And it was different when I saw him on film. This time, it's because something about the coaching got him to focus on a certain something. Dominique Robinson's bigger. He's stronger than I've ever seen him. And I think that's paying him dividends. He's playing and rushing with power as opposed to trying to be this quick athletic guy that they drafted him to be. You use your quicks, use your athleticism to win and use all these different moves. No. Get some muscle, get your ass in the gym, get some muscle on you, and be fast to the ball and be powerful. That seems to be the message with Dominique Robinson, and I think that message is paying off. In fact, he's on 53, and he's going to be the first guy off the bench in this coming this first game. He's going to be your third edge rusher.
The excitement.
You're worse than me, bro. But I'm just to say something a little facetious here, and it's like, why they go and jinx the man like that, though? You know what I'm saying? Like, why would they go and do that? That's so cold-blooded. Like, that is the perfect jinx for Dominique Robinson's season. Hey, let's go big him up and give him a bunch of props when, we don't really know what he's going to do out there on the field. He hasn't done it before. So let's go talk hype about the man and see what happens.
Just a walking pace and shoe, man.
I'm just saying, it's just sour. It's just a.
So you talking like they put him on the cover of Madden or SI or the Wheaties box?
You know what I'm saying?
Who talk like that?
They didn't jinx him. I mean, there's not a 1920 Hallis Hall jinx. I don't think so. They just kind of give him his propers. That's all. They like, look at this little UDFA working his way up, made the contract, made the roster.
Hey, Trips, you know how easy it would have been for Dennis Allen to come in here and be like, hey, just get rid of him. Let me bring some guys in here that I know what they can do. They were patient and said, let's see what he can do.
Yeah, he beat out Tano kicked him down to the practice squad.
That was impressive.
So Dennis Allen and defensive line coach Garrett came in and was like, hey, there's something we can work with, you know, and now also Kez got me wondering, like 2 Live Crew song. Somebody say, hey, we want
Not
some
that one.
Detroit.
Oh, not that one.
Hey, we want
So you
some
going there?
Detroit.
I'm talking F. Martinez. F. Martinez.
F. Martinez. F. Martinez.
I'm saying get Martinez. Get
Martinez. There we go.
There we go. Get Martinez.
There
Oh,
we
that's
go.
2 Live Crew. Okay, there we go. Right on.
See?
All right, so but
Every
yeah.
time I hear the name.
But yeah, I'm like Paul. I'm with Paul Martin. It's like, all right, Book is hurt. All right, cool. So I need a terror getting after the quarterback. And Paul Martin's comment here is, I think Hardy might get on the field more before him being Dom Rob, because Dom Rob looked solid, but did he flash any excitement, you know, to you in the preseason when he was on the field? Whereas when Booker was on the field, you knew Booker was on the field.
Oh, I gotta stop.
I'm sorry, check that. Hardy. Him too. When you knew Hardy was on the field, you knew Hardy was on the field because he was being a menace.
Hold on,
he was being disruptive.
I gotta say this. Crimson says, get McCarthy, get McCarthy, get
McCarthy, get McCarthy.
Here we go. I'm just saying.
No Diddy. Well, that's exactly Diddy. So
that's pretty Diddy. That's pretty Diddy, man.
But yeah, definitely. Daniel Hardy he's a firecracker. He's a dog. He's a spark plug. He's an igniter. He's a play to the whistle kind of hair on the fire. Insert your cliche quote there. You know, so he looks like somebody that's like, all right, you put him on the field, he's going to be a problem. Whereas Dom Rob just kind of looks like he'll dance with an offensive lineman. He doesn't require any double teams. He hasn't really shown any particular pressure. Whereas, like, what did Hardy do? Oh, you mean the dude with the sack force fumble that was gunning on special teams? Him? Yeah. Like, does Dom Rob even play special teams?
He does. He's just not a standout or a stalwart or anything to that effect on special teams.
He had to lean into it more this year so he can make this goddamn roster. I know that.
Well, I don't think that's. And this is what I'm gonna say. I don't think any of those things are the true factor with Dominique Robinson. I think the true factor with Dominique Robinson is that he's an athletic freak. He's fast. At least he looks strong. And now he definitely put up a bunch of muscle. You know what I'm saying?
And now it's starting to translate, kids.
Well, don't say that. The season
so far he got on the 53, bro.
The season starts in a week. Say it to me on Tuesday. Tell me that on Tuesday. Right now, it's all speculation. I'm just saying he looks the part.
Y'all told me to stop saying all 22, and I'm gonna stop saying it. I'm gonna just say this last time. All 22 look promising.
For Dominique Robinson?
It did.
Okay.
Yeah, cool.
Like you're talking to me. I noticed it, and I called it out when we did the preseason games. I called it out because it was surprising to me. I've been watching this kid get stood up by edge rushers all for two plus years. Just stood up. Sorry, edge rushers by tackles. He was getting pressure. Both him and Booker were getting pressure. I had to call it out. So I'm of the same mind. Fact is, season starts on Thursday, and I need to see it. I need to see it in a week's time. I need to see it actually materialize. It can't just be he looks the part, because I know he does. He looks like a freak athlete, and he's fast.
Well, let me spit to Cloud Chasers Radio. Shout out to you for the comment. I'm gonna read it. He says, "Doesn't it always look good in the preseason, though, Nomad?" Yeah. What I'm trying to say to you all is there's some things you can see on the all 22, whether it's preseason, regular season, in a game or not. There are some things that you can see that, okay, if he does this against any tackle, it's going to work. Like he went speed to power more than I've ever seen Dominique Robinson go speed to power. In the past, you've seen Dominique Robinson use all kinds of swim over, under moves and spin moves and all kinds of different things that are negated by the best tackles on the goddamn planet. What I saw that is transferable to the regular season. Speed to power is going to work every single time if you're fast and powerful enough. That is what the league is right now. Ain't nobody got time for somebody to be using 2 and 3 moves during a set. What I saw on film is definitely transferable. If he takes that mindset that he had in the preseason to the regular season, which I think the coaches are counting on him to do, don't be thinking about this shit too much. Just get on his ass and push his ass back in the backfield. It might not always result in a sack. What it's going to result in, that quarterback having to move or that quarterback having to speed up his process and throw the ball to the wrong place. Those are the things that, defensive ends and edge rushers don't get credit for. I'm saying to you all is what I saw on all 22 is transferable to the regular season. I don't think this is a one-off. I think Dom Rob can bring something to the table. That's what I'm saying with a little bit of confidence here, man. I think it was good looking on the film.
Well, like I say, I'm not gonna go that far. I liked what I saw too, but we've been here before, right? So I need to see it materialize on the field. This is the problem with Dominique Robinson isn't how he looks, it's actual production. That's been the problem, right? So we need him to produce, and I have a feeling, and Crimson kind of nailed it there. He nailed it here in the chat, and I'll pop it up. He's saying, I do think clogging up the middle will help the edges a lot. I'm a heavy believer of this, and I think it's really going to allow these edges to eat. The one thing we didn't see all preseason long was Grady Jarrett, right? So we're going to see a little bit of a different look in that interior with respect to pass rush and respect to pressure. And if that's happening in the interior, they're going to have to think twice about potentially double teaming the edges or really focusing on the edges. And this is part of my problem. I'm beginning to trust in Austin Booker and his ability to beat a one-on-one, to beat his matchup.
I'm past trust on him. I believe in that.
It ain't no trust. It's Cloud Chasers Radio said he went cover girls. Well, he didn't go, but the comment said he just got to show me on Monday is all I'm gonna say about Dom Rob. And the cover girls comes into Dom Rob gotta show me you can play football if you want to stay on this team. Because he's on a 53-man roster, but he's not making millions upon millions of dollars. That's a great loss if he's cut. So it's one of those situations where he has to show up on the 22 when he's on the field, hopefully, which isn't all that much. And he has to show up when he's playing special teams to justify remaining on the roster.
All right.
So this conversation is a good conversation because there's somebody else we're completely ignoring who everything we basically said here would apply to as well.
We got levels to it because there's QB conversation that needs to be had. And it's a QB conversation that we had early when we got this player. And that was, I can't remember the veteran quarterback's name right now, but getting that guy, who?
Case Keenum.
Getting that guy turned out to be the best thing smoking at the time, because I thought that was a perfect recipe when you got two young quarterbacks that's fighting each other, for I'm the best, nope, I'm the best, nope, I'm the best kind of thing going on. You got a guy that's steady Eddie coming in that training camp and just like, hey man, this is how it's supposed to be done. If you watch when you see that 1920 football drive, watch when you see the praise that was heaped up on Case Keenum and some of the plays that he was making consistently in this camp. there's a priceless value of a veteran quarterback that's played as much football as him. What happened?
You said there's a quarterback conversation. I thought some shit went down. Oh, you talking about the number 3? The number 3 quarterback. That's what you talking about? The number 3?
Yeah, man. I'm trying to get a guy's flowers, man.
The number 3 quarterback.
And guess what? And guess what? While y'all talking shit, while you talking shit in particular, you never know what you might need.
Oh Lord, don't say that.
Oh, we don't. Yeah, we don't want it. We don't want a real talk now. Now you need to relax now. You give this man. You know what? I'm gonna shut up. You give this man his flowers, bro. You give you put the you send the flowers. You know what I mean? UPS delivery, whatever it is. Who's delivering flowers out there in the U.S.?
Okay, and when we
it's cool. I
want to hear all that energy, man.
I appreciate his mental aspects of the game that he can come in and translate to active player quarterback between coach speak or understand the offense or understand Caleb and T-Bag with what defense is and all that good stuff. But as far as the on-field play, if anything, Lord forbid, happens to Caleb, T-Bag is next up. So then, Keenum could stretch out then. But until then, I don't want to hear nothing about Case Keenum's name, and just see him on the sideline with the headset, drinking Gatorade, and holding the clipboard.
I remember that.
They don't have clipboards no more. They got the Surface tablets. Just have him over there chilling.
Motherfuckers talk too much shit, and I'm telling you, watch the goddamn 1920. You'll get a different appreciation for him.
Yeah. Well, is he still the number 2 quarterback? Is he or the number 3?
He was brought here to back up them all.
Of course he was. What the hell are you talking about now? You telling us obvious shit?
Can I get the story out before getting?
Okay, let's you go.
Go ahead.
I was saying in the 1920 football drive, you can see how much appreciation. Like, okay, they're gonna go through stuff with Caleb and how he looked in camp and what he needs to do and all this kind of stuff. How Tyson Bagent looked in the camp and his what he brings to the table, and they get to Case Keenum. What you hear, and it was obvious, like this is like the guy we have on the team that knows exactly what to do. There is no thinking with him. Everybody else is trying to learn a new offense. This guy's been through that shit already. They're trying to learn how to play NFL quarterback. This guy is already been there, done that, and he. Be honest with you, and I hate to say this, get mad at me, but if you were to blindfold and put truth serum in, let's just say Ben Johnson, and he said, who do you want to go run out there with week 1 to get you a win? He would probably say Case Keenum. Not because Caleb can't do it, not because Tyson Bagent isn't good enough, or either one of those. It's just who's more ready. And that's Case Keenum. He's just been there and done that shit. That's all.
I do. I don't think there's any kind of truth serum like that. I mean, I don't know. I don't think that kind of truth serum exists. Look, he's. I'm gonna give the man a little bit of flowers too. He's exactly what we thought he was. Like they said about the Bears many moons ago. He's exactly what we thought. Danny Green, baby. He's exactly what we thought. He is a
crown is that.
Card, he deserves a crown too, man. Case Keenum, we should crown his ass as a number 3 quarterback in this room, right? He is a card-carrying journeyman. He is. He's been a backup for life, like New World Order. That's what he does. He does it great. He's stepped into the role in many occasions. Not only has he won games, big games, but he's won a starting QB job. He's no BS. And that's why I've been calling. I was wondering how come there was no veteran presence in the QB room last season. I was calling it out. They get a veteran. I'm very glad that they got him. And he's doing exactly what we need him to do, right? He's schooling up these kids. He's showing them the way it's supposed to be. This is how I approach it. You should do the same thing. That's exactly what these young men needed. So big props to Case Keenum. But sweet Lord above me, I hope 2 things. I hope that truth serum you just put out there does not exist, and I don't want to hear Ben Johnson say that he wants Case Keenum to start, let alone I don't ever want to see Case Keenum start. Like, let's put both those things out there now.
Because we know what Case Keenum is.
Too much flowers, too much flowers, crowd chaser.
All right. Let's talk about this because the other quarterbacks were discussed too. Let's go to Tyson Bagent here, man. In that episode, it was, of course, when he got his
it's a little different now.
When he got his new contract, that was special to me. Watching him, and it has. Let me tell you something. When it comes to Tyson Bagent and that situation, it's more about his background, his dad's background, and what I got connections in West Virginia, and I know what West Virginia is. Calvin C is a West Virginia representative in this motherfucker. He's a super maniac, and he's not here right now. But I'm gonna speak to West Virginia the way I know it. I love that place. I love the people there. But there's a very, very, very bad addiction problem going on in West Virginia. I'm talking about opioids are rampant. When I say rampant, they have completely destroyed that place. And to watch Tyson Bagent be brought up and raised in that environment and overcome the obstacles that are your environment and get to this point. And when he got to the podium, one of the things that he said there that was very important is he wiped his face, he wipes the tears off, and he says, that money is going to be able to help a lot of people there. I'm the only person that I know that has money. That means a lot. I'm the only person in my community that has money. Think about that. There's got to be some business on it. No. You go to certain towns in West Virginia, everything is fucking closed up and has boards on the windows, bro. I've been there. I've seen it. It is fucking awful. And it's a beautiful place. And so I'm particularly proud of him and thankful that he's gotten this opportunity and he made the most of it. Tyson Bagent is on a mission, and he's just in a place that very likely he won't see the field, but that guy's determination is special. I'm just going to say that. Wait until you see what people say about him.
So these flowers I'm a little bit more appreciative of. I think he played fantastic. I think he's had the opportunity to really sit back and learn so much under all of these different coaching staffs thus far. He's been through 3 multiple coordinators, all sorts of stuff. He's got fantastic work ethic, and the upside is, again, we see a lot of his talent when he gets on the field. I do expect at some point this season to see him under center. I think that will wind up happening once or twice. The fact is, I think I think he got swindled, and this is just me saying it out loud. I think he got swindled. I think the kid can start in this league. I do. As much as I'm not a member of the Bagency or going out there screaming TB17, I think he can start in this league, and I think he started to prove that this year this preseason. I think he looks great and just needs an opportunity. And I think he came to a plateau where they kind of had to put a contract in front of him because potentially he might go somewhere. Maybe he gets more money, maybe he gets less money, but it's the opportunity that he would gain. And he sat with that contract for a little bit and thought about it and made the decision that, you know what, the money will help many people. And that was the linchpin in his decision. Personally, I think if he'd held off, he'd not only get the money, but he'd also get the opportunity.
Well, that makes you wonder what does the future hold for his career and his position on the team and his asset worthiness on the team. Meaning, all right, he's the backup quarterback, which you need, which you have to have. Cool. but we also want to give him the opportunity, and he deserves the opportunity to fight for a starting job, which is not going to happen here with Caleb Williams here. And we all are basing this on Caleb Williams succeeding and being here. So that means that is Tyson Bagent forever his backup, or does he go into the last year of his contract and Ryan Poles says, all right, let me flip this UDFA who has a contract that teams know what it is, like what, 5 million or 10 million, whatever the hell it is. And he's valuable as a trade piece to, get a draft pick so that he doesn't walk for free and he can go on with his career. So, you keep him here this year as Caleb Williams insurance, and then next year, you look for an exit strategy for him because you're going to keep re-signing him to be a backup. I mean, he's not going to want to do that. So, would you? I mean, I wouldn't. You want an opportunity. There was a list of teams, the Browns, the Colts, the Saints, that Cloud chases, saying that he could compete for the starting position for a quarterback. So he's going to eventually leave, but we have to get an asset for him as he departs for team building going forward.
Yeah, no, Bear Truth Not's nailing it here, saying, Keds, I get where you're coming from, but this contract put a lot of money in his pocket and now allows an easy deal for Bagent, Bears, and a trade partner. If someone wants him, they'll pay up. And I agree with all of the above.
I think that's the most important point out of all things. When you're talking about the Bears and their stability, I think them securing that contract and putting a price line on them made it easier for anybody who wants it.
Well, no, you definitely are right. And we'll have to see what the future holds for Tyson. I'm not sure if that's what I would do. I would probably write it out, to be frank with you. But upside is he got a bunch of dollars to spend with his friends, his family, and the folks in West Virginia. So one more time to fantastic story. The real upside for all of us is we've got a pretty darn good backup QB in Chicago, and I do trust what he brings to the table. I hope you all
talked a lot of shit about Ryan Poles, but great job getting that shit done.
Yeah. See, now what I would like to see happen would be next you put Austin Reed or somebody else like that on the practice squad to be developing to take T-Bag's spot, in a year. And so you keep that talent churn flowing. So you're utilizing your assets the right way and keep your assets producing assets.
I'm not for sure if I believe he was brought back to the practice squad. Talking about Austin Reed, and he will still be getting the reps in. And what Trips is talking about might very well be the case, man. And so,
actually, he was waived.
I think they didn't bring him back.
Not yet.
That's what I'm looking for right now.
Well, who's the other quarterback there? There's got to be another quarterback.
I don't think we have.
We don't have one on the practice squad as right now.
That's pretty curious. Maybe they're letting him see what he can get out there, and maybe they'll get him back later. But that's curious. It's pretty curious.
It's not, and like the only reason I say it's not is because they did the same thing last year, right? And he wound up in Minnesota, which is why I'm running a search, because I'm kind of surprised that Minnesota did not go and grab him just for corporate espionage purposes for a game coming up on Monday.
All right, we'll leave that alone. Let's get to the creme de la creme, and that is Caleb Williams. And
cream always rises to the top.
One thing I could tell you about Caleb Williams is I'm watching him, and I'm watching his body language along with his play and what everybody is saying about him, what they think about him, all of those things into a composite, bro. And here's what I get. I see a guy that's determined, and that determination means a lot to me because he knows there's a lot on his plate. And he knows that this offense is a lot, and there's no such thing as getting it all down secure and to the point from one training camp. He knows that. He keeps going out there and telling people it ain't all going to be accomplished in one training camp. It's going to take a while. And you get people like Dan Orlovsky trying to say that, but saying it in a harsh way that's not palatable for a lot of Bears fans, and they take it the wrong way. What he was telling you is the goddamn truth. It's a work in progress. What they'll do now with Caleb Williams is pare it down and do some things that are suitable for him, what we think he's good at. And they'll run with that with some other stuff sprinkled in there. But what I heard from Caleb Williams, I was very positive about from him. And then what I heard about him from his teammates, I was very proud to hear too, because I do think, and we're going to talk about that captain thing in just a minute, but I do think him stepping up and being a vocal leader in the right way with those teammates of his, I think is important. What you've seen throughout the 1920 was, okay, he's really taking some steps. And that's what you want to hear. I'm not one of those people that feels like Caleb Williams is going to go light up the world week one and throughout the rest of this season. I don't think that. I think he's going to be in a situation where he's going to be checked down Charlie and not like it, but he's going to do it. It's going to throw catch and run routes, and those guys are going to get down for him. But to me, until he gets the offense the way he needs to be and be able to maneuver in it the way he needs to and manipulate defenses the way he needs to, this is the best case scenario for him. Have him be checked down, Charlie, have a great running game and a great defense, and he'll be fine as he starts to develop. But that's what I heard is, more importantly for him, is that he's accepting the responsibility that is Chicago Bears' #1 quarterback. And I think he's growing in it, and I think he's accepting it, and that's good.
That's all we can ask for, man. Really? That's exactly what we needed to hear, and what I can't say I was expecting, because I don't know, but it's what I was hoping for. I didn't expect the kid to come out last season. I'm the same guy. I was like, when he struggles, not if. When he struggles, I hope y'all don't bury the kid, and everybody started burying him. Here we are. He's digging his way out. This is now year 2, new staff, new things. I just needed him to get with the program because I believe in the coach. And if the coach has got a program, boy, you need to be with it. You need to orchestrate it. And that's just how it is. And the easiest way for a young quarterback to get down is exactly the way Nomad just described. Get the ball into your skilled player's hands, get it out there quickly, and live to see another down. If you can get 4 to 7 yards, you did yourself a favor. Stop taking unnecessary losses, right? This is how you stop taking unnecessary losses. You get the ball out of your hands. So that's really what I wanted to hear. As long as he can facilitate that, I think we're in a good place.
Please join us on the Nomad Network for the live game calls. And I'm going to try to refrain from something that I've been doing for the last 5 years of watching Bears football, is when the quarterback gets the ball, drops back to pass, and it's like, throw the ball, throw the sack, and seeing that year after year after year is like, it's not healthy. It's not healthy. So I'm looking forward to taking the layups, Mr. Caleb Williams. Don't have to be a 3-point shot all the time. Just take the little dink, the little dunk, because guess what? We got athletes that can move, that got wiggle, that got juice, that got speed, that can take it the distance from a little shorty. So take the shorties and just block for them, and he is stepping into that leadership role, which is cool. Second year guy. Now he's got a little NFL experience under his belt. He's building with the offense and leading into the next conversation. As the starting quarterback, he has to be a leader. He has to be in charge of the offense and the de facto team, hence being a quarterback and a team captain. Go ahead, Nomad.
That's Big Sam.
And I was just going to say what Crimson said right here. Shout out to Samuel up in here. He says 5 yards on first down, 3 yards on second down, third and short, move the goddamn chain.
First down.
That's all that matters. Move them chains, brother.
That's it.
Move them chains. That's it. That's all that matters. No matter how good you look, ain't about the aesthetics.
That's why I said he's not gonna like it. Because
I'm so with brother. I'm so with you. I know he's not gonna like it, but he has to. You know what I mean? Like he's got to love it. You know what I'm saying? He's got to love it because love it, bro. Whether you like it or not, because at the end of the day, that's how the chains are gonna be moved, and it might not be the most pretty thing in the world, but W's are beautiful.
What was that movie with LL Cool J and Omar Epps, where Omar Epps was undercover cop and LL was the gangster, and he had dude on the pool table, and he was telling them to love it? That's the way we need to be treating other teams, and not just winning by by the hair on your skinny skin chin, not taking it down and kneeling it out and running out the clock. We're in the Big Ben, Big Johnson era where he's like, yo, we're going to run up the score on these fools. Y'all with that? Cool, let's go. This is what we're looking at now. And that doesn't happen by just taking big chunk, big play, big play, big play.
He says in too deep.
Thank you, Samo. In too deep.
That's
Love it. Love it.
Hey.
So, we need to make the division, to make other teams' defenses love it from this Bears offense. And that starts by being simple and taking what they give you and not forcing the issue, because when they roll up to take away the stuff that they've been giving you, now you go over the top and you do, deeper shots. So, I mean, it's a professional offense, and I'm quite sure Ben Johnson is going to have it, by the chokehold neck and ramming it into the other team's defense, telling them to love it.
Hey, bro, I'm going to tell you guys
Let's
something.
go.
This is just going to be for your NFL recollection, your football recollection. All those football people that's out here in the chat, subscribe, like, and subscribe to the channel, man. We love you guys. Become a member. It's only $1. If you really want to be generous to us, it's only going to cost you $4.99. Help us out. But this is for your football recollection. The last time I seen a team continuously take big, huge chunks out of the meal and win the whole thing, the last team that I can think of is the St. Louis Rams. They just absolutely devoured people with big, huge chunks down the field, and they just dominated. What did they call that team? I forget, but the point is,
the greatest show on turf.
Greatest show on turf, yeah.
Greatest show on turf. Oh, thank you. Here we are in a NFL that's very different than that one. And the teams that I see that have been very, very successful since then take chunks out of teams before they devour that meal. Bite them, bite them, bite them. Just like Crimson was saying, that 3 here, 4 or 5 there, and you got third and short. That's how you get teams. Caleb Williams is a arm talent extraordinaire that wants to put that on display. What Ben Johnson is trying to do with his talent is pare him down to teach him that this is the NFL and you aren't going to sling that gun and win games on a regular basis. You might get 1 or 2 games with your arm talent, and we'll need that at times. But for the most part, if you want to be successful for a long time, you got to learn to accept the chunks. That's what I'm hearing. That's what I'm feeling. That's what I see. He's going to have to learn how to take the little bites out of teams and get to the point that he wants and be happy when they move those chains. That's where I think we are.
Man, of course that's where we are. And the fact is, you want to make it so that the defense is looking for the short game. You want to train those defenses on the short game so that you can truly utilize the deep game. It's one or the other. Once they don't know which one you're using, now you're winning. Right now you can exploit either side of this thing, but you got to do one or the other. And thus far, what's unproven is his ability to get those checkdowns, get the easy yardage that they're given to him. You take that easy yardage, those defenses are going to come in. They're going to be 10 men in the box real soon. And if there is
motherfucking Foster,
there he is. Our guy Foster. What it do, Foster?
Hey, Foster. Let me say, hey man, you're welcome on the show. I would love to have you on the show, man. We can talk some shit like we always. Listen, come on the show, man. We'll have you on here. We'll have a good time. You're perfect for this show. Just want you to know the invitation is out there. Let me know when you want to come on. We'll get you on some extra sauce, man. But
if you want Foster to come on, just let him know that you know a bunch of chicks who got papers on them. You know that they fresh out the joint. Foster show up with his bottle of water. You
need the roof fixed.
You know, but something that we haven't spoken on is not only taking the short stuff, which opens up the longer passes and routes, but how Ben Johnson schemes guys open. The one route where it was coming to the center of the field, I believe Rome took the deep slant, and he had his guy on him, and he took the safety with him, and I believe it was Oz behind him on a slant, you know, who was wide open because the guy was on his hip.
Rome cleared it out.
And because Rome cleared it out. And it was like easy pitch and catch. You know, it wasn't anything complicated. It was like read one, read two. If the safety stays up, you go deep and you hit Rome, who's wide open. So it's just the way that the schemes are now going to be coming into effect as well, where it's like, look, man, we don't need you to hit the 25-yard pass right now. We need you to hit the 7-yard pass. And that's like part of, I would believe, the Big Johnson genius as far as offensive goes.
He's not going to like it, but he's going to learn to accept it. If he wants to be successful, this is how you win, man. When you got this kind of team and the kind of pieces that they have assembled for this guy to be successful with, if he doesn't see it that way, I think that's a malfunction on him. You've got to see it this way. You got Romo Dunze that's really good in the short area and the 50-50 balls in those third down situations. Great. You got OZ that can get open on anybody. You got DJ that can get open on anybody. He's a transitional piece that you can move around. You've got Luther Burden, who once he learns this offense is going to be a stud. You've got those two tight ends. All of this is perfectly set up for you to tear it up in the 15-yard and in area. You got to understand, and I think just from what I heard on that 1920 football drives, I think he's getting that. Now, will it come some times in the game where he sits there and holds that ball because he wants that deep shot? Yeah, he's gonna get the shit smoked out of him for thinking like that. Or is it going to be times when defenses like Detroit, when we play them in week 2, where they trying to creep up on what Ben Johnson wants Caleb to do, and they're going to be like, okay, he wants the short shit. We're going to jump that. We're going to get in front of that kind of shit. Then he'll have to go deep. There's going to be multiple chess matches that Caleb Williams, Ben Johnson are going to have to play. But what's important for Caleb to do is to remember the structure. Pay attention to the timing of what everything is supposed to be. Getting to your third and fourth reads at sometimes. This is what the offense is.
Do you know that? I'm sorry to cut you off, but when you put the thought of the greatest show on turf, and it's like watching Kurt Warner just throw the ball, and it's like, who the hell is he throwing it to? There's a receiver, and then the receiver just there, and the ball was gone. The anticipation, and that is not a part of Caleb's game.
Mm.
You know, that is something that, plus the being under center, getting the correct footwork, you know, running the play action and anticipation in this offense are all levels that he will need to
Grow
uh,
into.
grow into and achieve to progress.
Mm-hmm.
So that's another aspect of, you know, what Ben Johnson has been talking about with, you know, the anticipation aspect of it all.
All right, let me go because I know we can keep talking about this kind of stuff for a while. Also in the 1920 football drive, they were talking about Jade Walker, and I'll say this, man. To me, Jade Walker is another Romo Dunze. He's Romo Dunze. He's just like
I'm waiting
Romo.
for you to say he's Velus Jones. I'm glad we went with Romo Dunze. Much better.
That's funny, but his skill set is exactly like Romo Dunze, and so I think they brought him with that in mind, that we need another possession receiver, somebody that, like we was just talking about before, when you need that third and 5 to 7, and you need somebody to just go out there and win, and we can just throw the ball to him, whether it's throw with anticipation or throw a 50-50 ball, and you feel good about a guy coming down with the ball. That's Romo Dunze, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the same thing with Jade Walker. Great preseason. And I do think it translates because I think he's dependable. I think, how hard he worked and, his whole story. I think you guys will enjoy that too. But Jade Walker, he overachieved, in my opinion, than what I thought he was. He ended up doing exactly what I knew he was good at doing. When you need a completion, this is who you go to. And he proved he's that guy. He proved he's that guy. You need a completion, throw the ball in his area, he comes down with the ball. I'm sold on him. Are you?
I'm not sold on him. My kid jumped out. He jumped out and proved the theory. There's other wide receivers behind him and in front of him that didn't look quite as good as he did during his short stint. So I think he's gonna also represent a little bit of heart and soul in that wide receiver room too, man. I think they're all pulling for him, and I think he lit a fire under them, and I think he'll continue to do that. That's them touchdowns, them big time catches, and that damn dance move, man. I think all those things rolled together will make him a big contributor this season.
Yeah, the Skywalker. Yeah, I like that. When he does it down the boundary of the sidelines, going back to the that's dope.
It. King Booker calls it the day slide.
Samo, you're gonna get in trouble saying shit like that. He says Samo says I think Walker is a more fluid athlete than Rome is.
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
I don't know about
because
that.
Because Rome looks a little robotic and stiff when he moves, even though he's moving very fluidly. Whereas Jade doesn't look like he's really working or moving, but he flows, and he's very subtle in his twitches, but they're very quick.
He's got late hands too, man.
Yeah,
and that really helps.
He does all of that.
Yes,
he does all of the things that a wide receivers should do. He catches the ball with his hands, late hands. He's got the toe drag swag. He seems to know his route tree and being in the right position, and he blocks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I mean, a UDFA. Come on, made the roster. You gotta love his heart, and he's gunning on punts and special teams. You know what I mean? So he got all around football game. He's a dog.
He's exactly what I thought he was. A true possession receiver. True possession receiver. When I say possession receiver, understand what I'm saying. Is when you got to have it, he's a guy that you need to throw the ball to, and you're pretty sure he's going to come down with that ball. He's going to come down with that ball. He's a dependable, more fluid athlete than Romo Dunze. Samo, you got to come on here so we can argue, bro. You getting wild with that one now. I'm just going to tell you.
Well,
what are you saying?
He says he thinks Jade is a more fluid athlete than Rome.
Oh,
You
yeah,
might have a case there. I might have to
I
go back
agree.
to the tape with that one.
that's
I
a
mean, just
crazy
look at
take.
him move, and it looks like Rome is moving, but he looks like more of a what do you call those? Like a rock'em sock'em robot? You know,
Mhm.
where he's kind of stiff and robotic, whereas Jade is just kind of smooth and he's flowing like a piece of fabric in the wind. You know, Rome don't flow like a piece of fabric in the wind. He's more squared off.
I think what Samo is trying to say is how he like. There is something about. I seen this on tape with Jade when I was looking at him. Like I don't know if this even makes sense to you guys, but let's just say you're going on a go route or a corner route or a pylon shot. The quarterback is just throwing that ball over where you're supposed to be able to get to it. Let's just say Tyson Bagent threw the ball and he's looking towards Tyson Bagent's way, and the ball is going the opposite way. So he has to spin around to make a basically a corner catch. So he's looking one way and he has to spin around at the last second to make a play on that catch. I think what Samuel is trying to say is Jade Walker is he's more fluid and able to make that play than Romo Dunze. I'll just say they're neck and neck. I think they both are equally capable of that. When you got to spin all the way around and make a play on that ball, you got to be a certain kind of athlete. I just saw a video of Dante Thornton out in Vegas doing exactly that. And some people are fluid at it, and some people that's a struggle. I think to me, that's what Samuel is saying right there.
Brandon Marshall?
That's a good point. He's saying, "Oh, you wild, Samuel," but I like that.
No, I disagree with that.
I don't.
No, he said went to Denver. We got Brandon Marshall from Denver.
Yeah, I don't. He said Brandon too, though, in the chat.
Wait, my comp for Jade Walker is the wide receiver we had here that went to Denver and had success with neckbeard, Kyle Orton.
He says Brandon after. I wouldn't. I don't think.
I get what he's saying.
Yeah, I don't. The body type is too different for me. I would even. The body type is too different for me to say Brandon Marshall. I'd say more potentially even Alshon Jeffrey, but I'm just. I think Foster nailed it in the chat, man. I've never seen a wide receiver core like this in Chicago, so I'm for it across the board. Like I have one beef. The only beef I have is that I would really. He's saying not Brandon Marshall.
I'm trying to think of the receiver he's talking about that went with Orton to Denver.
Yeah, from here.
But I would. I just want to see more Luther Burden.
Yeah,
I'm really intrigued. The kid looked. Every time he gets his hands on a football, it looks like special things are gonna happen, man.
Here's the thing.
Hold on for a second, Trips. I think the person Samuel is trying to get to that Jade Walker reminds him of, and is a player that don't nobody like right now. He done burned his ass over in Pittsburgh, but the player to describe what we're talking about, the fluidity of how Samuel was trying to put it out there, is George Pickens. George Pickens will catch that ball no matter how you throw it. If it's within his arm's reach and his fingers can get to it, he'll come down with that ball no matter how his body is trajected. So let's just say he's facing the audience, he's facing the crowd, but you need to turn back around and get your body around towards the goalpost, right? So you're looking at the crowd and you're expecting the ball to come over there, but you got to wheel around and be fluid enough to get your body around and catch it looking at the goalpost. That's what he's talking about with fluidity. Brandon Marshall is a great example of that. He had that down to a science. George Pickens is the guy that I think of right now. I think of another guy. What's the all-pro Hall of Fame receiver? And Larry Fitzgerald is another guy like that. It's just hard to find guys like that. Everybody.
Take it easy now.
Well, here's the.
I just gave you a fucking
example.
I'll accept.
here's the thing that we aren't taking into consideration, that every one of these weapons we're talking about, Walker, DJ taking reps at running back, Rome, Oz, Luther Burden, Loveland, Komet, each one of these guys is going to have a package. Pause. And Ben Johnson is going to have a group of plays that will accentuate them.
No, man, God,
So
that was a very specific pause. It was funny too.
They are gonna have that group of plays that it's like, all right, Luther Burton, come on in here and run, these 5 or 6 plays that are designed for you. Come on in here, DJ. They're gonna do that for every weapon. Whereas for the last few offensive coordinators, it's like, well, it's week 4. Maybe they can start working this dude into the game plan a little something. I think that's going to start from week 1. And it's going to be a beautiful thing, because it's like, oh, let's focus on DJ over here where the ball is going to Oz over there. Let's focus on Rome over here, and the ball is going to Luther over there. And so the possibilities are endless. And we still haven't talked about, backs coming out of the backfield on swings and in flats. Well, mainly because we don't know like the health of them. But yeah, it's the opportunity for each one of these weapons to shine. We just need to get the ball in their hands.
All right. I gotta put the brakes on this so we can talk about some other stuff real quick. I'm gonna let you guys give all the oxygen to this you want, and I'm gonna listen for a second, then I'm gonna respond to whatever you guys say. There was a captain's list that came out. I think Caleb was on there. I think Joe Tooney's on there. I think Grady Jarrett's on there, and I think Kevin Byard. I believe those that I can recall right now. Those guys are the captains. And let's just go from there. Is that significant to you? Insignificant? I'll let you guys have the first bite at that apple.
So there's one more captain on the list. The remaining captain is Cairo Santos.
My bad.
That's okay. That's the remaining captain on that list. I have absolutely zero problems with this, really. I think that the team needs to rally behind the quarterback. Personally, I don't think he's a leader, but I think the team needs to rally behind the quarterback. He needs to be the leader. All right, so about that simple. You definitely need the consummate veteran Pro Bowler as your leader on that offensive line. This is from a situation where we had nobody in the trenches set up as a leader a year ago on either side of the ball. And guess what? On the other side of the ball, there's the other guy, another consummate veteran, been to a Super Bowl. That guy's your other leader. I agree with that as well. Right? Kevin Byard clearly proved his leadership last year. Out of all the leaders last year, I think Kevin Byard was actually the one leader that jumped out and showed his leadership capabilities. The rest of them, and this is really where the conversation goes, and why did they pass up all these other guys? For the most part, all those other guys were just guys who got paid, right? Paid well, so maybe we should consider them leaders as well. That's not, we talked about this recently. That's not what a leader is. Leader leads by example, never says that he's a darn good leader. I'm a great leader. Nope, that's how you know that guy's not a leader. That's how you know for sure. Right?
Yeah.
But so far, I think they have the right guys.
It's a beautiful thing that now the captains, our experienced veterans who've been there, done that, not necessarily here, but around the league, whereas it's not just someone put in that position. Well, he makes the most money, like kids are saying, that's not what a leader is. What a leader is, Joe Tooney described it I'll speak up and say what I got to say when I need to say it, but I know when to fall back and, know how to follow as well when the coaches say, this is what goes and that's what goes. So this is better than that bumfuck bushel of 82 captains last season. And, we don't know what the hell that was. But this is more of a respectable, professional way to handle the whole captain situation in that locker room. And that's, just refreshing to see from Jump Street.
Let me say this, man, and I'll just say exactly what everybody wants to say. And the person that actually jump started this conversation is my guy that's been on the show before. Shout out to Carm on CHGO, man. I like Carm, and I would like to have him back on here again to have this conversation with him. And Carm, you're square for saying this, man. I'm just gonna tell you straight up. You're a non-football player, and your non-football player mind got you in trouble here. And I'm gonna tell you that. Because it's the significance of somebody's contract speaks to the significance of that player's talent. Only. That's where you draw the line.
Carm said this today?
Carm they should be worried that, okay, these guys that are making all this money weren't voted as captains. Man, the two things shouldn't be in the same conversation, bro.
That's exactly the opposite of what I literally just said. The money does not denote.
Let me finish, man.
Go for
it. It's you get paid by the significance of your ability. And that's it. If you end up being a leader within that, that's just extra. And it really doesn't mean anything to anybody, especially us on the outside. And I think Scroll said it earlier in the chat. It only means anything to the people that are in that locker room. That's it. That's it. Who's the captain? Who ain't the captain? Everybody's not a goddamn leader. They could be making $1 billion on this roster. They can suck as a leader. And so somebody's paycheck doesn't mean anything when it comes to that. They'll tune Montez Sweat out. They'll tune a bunch of people out because they're not leadership quality. They are certain personality types with great, immense potential athletically, and they get paid to that par. Period. You don't expect everybody just because of his status to be a leader and be a captain. It's a certain, I'd be honest with you, man. I remember being voted as captains and shit, and it just added to your responsibility. Now you got to be the first one in the locker room. Now you got to make sure don't no problems happen inside the locker room. You got to be that inside and outside the locker room. It's an added responsibility, whereas you got a lot of personality types in that locker room. It's probably more of these people than not. That people just show up at work, do what they're supposed to do, and take their ass home. And they happy with that. And so you got to understand the difference between the two. That's all.
That's it. Yeah, those guys who are making big contracts are not, because by default, leaders. It doesn't mean that the team is going to rally around them or that they can rally the team. It's a completely different situation in that locker room. The guys who they rally behind are the leaders, and I think they've been identified this time around. From what Ben Johnson was saying, he actually had the team itself vote on who they thought the leaders were going to be or who they thought the leaders should be. And out of that vote, you had a clear delineation of, hey, this guy's in the trenches. He's a consummate Pro Bowler. He's a veteran player. He's a leader. And that goes for both Joe Thuney and Grady Jarrett. Easy.
And it does not matter if you are a loud, yeah, let's go, get him, hype, rah-rah kind of guy. That does not make you a leader.
No.
And even if you are like a Thuney or a Jarrett and are just quiet and lead by example kind of guys, are still excellent leaders. There are different types of leadership styles. And the lowest common denominator is respect. And they will other players will listen to these guys because they respect them. And that's what a captain is. Hey, been there, done that. hey, how do I handle this situation, that situation? Because now remember what a team captain does. A lot of people who have not been on teams or in locker rooms don't get the concepts. But these are, your quasi daddies out there, business agent stuff, female stuff, how to be a professional in NFL. These are the guys that can speak to that and with fairness and honesty. And the players respect that, and so they voted this to them. This was not a coach imposed thing. It's like these are going to be our leaders for the season, like it or love it. Just the way it is. Nah, these are the players. Like, yo, this is who we want to represent us, and I like that.
Yeah, Ked, you look like you want to say something, but
no, I'm good. I'm good. Triple R's nailing it, man. To be honest with you, I love this leadership conversation because so my son played his first game on Friday, and the game went into overtime, and what jumped out to me, one of the coolest things I've seen in a while, was game went into overtime. They panned over to the sidelines, and the team started to rally. And as the team was rallying, they're rallying around my boy, and I'm like, wow, you're clearly the leader of this defense, and that is awesome for me to just witness and watch live and direct on television. You know what I mean? Like, this is amazing. So I sat there and I was talking to him earlier today, and I was like, boy, you are a leader on that squad. You got to make sure that your impression is felt and lead by example. I was literally having this conversation before I realized that the Bears had gone ahead and selected their leaders. But it's a conversation that resonates with me personally. So, yeah.
I would say this as a closer to this. Being somebody that was tabbed for leadership several times, but that's a whole other. It's a responsibility that at times I wish I didn't have. I'm just being honest with you. I'm like, sometimes I don't need that shit, man. I just want to be working on me and doing my shit. You know what I mean? I just being very human with you all, and it ain't just talking about football, bro. It's about my life. And in different situations I've been in work-wise and everywhere. It ain't just about football. Leadership is leadership. Either you got it or you don't. Either you're able to lead the flock and lead the masses, or you can't. Those people are certain kinds of people. And I don't always like it. And I know go ahead.
No, you're what you're saying is very important, because most leaders hate it most of the time, unless you're like because it's super, and we're even kind of witnessing it here with what we're discussing. Most of the time, the leader is the guy who's being paid to be the leader. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just how it shakes out. He's not the guy who gets the benefit of being the leader. He just happens to be doing the right stuff for himself. And people are looking at it, and this is truly the lead by example that I'm talking about. Oh, snap, like, he's busting ass in the gym. I need to be like that. I need to be in the gym and get like that. He knows the entire route tree. Okay, I see that. I see what he's doing. Let me follow how did you get there? And they see that you care and that you're actually going to put back into the community that is your team, or into the community that is your business. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time, it's not the guy who's at the top making the money or really being praised for being the leader that actually is the leader.
I think you should read, kids. I think you're the perfect person to read what Crimson says, and then on top of that, what Scroll says right beneath it.
Right on. So Crimson's saying at Nomad, great leaders never want to be leaders. The ones that want to be leaders are terrible leaders. Like, it's so true. It's the irony of the universe. It is so true, man. It is super true things that you're saying.
And then right under that,
man, and this is what my son this is exactly what my son said to me today. He's like, Dad, the leaders, the guys with the C's on the team are a bunch of snitches. The work snitch loves being the leader, and that's who's going to get the leadership role every time. he's going to get that promotion every time. But when it comes down to everybody in that lunchroom having lunch, they know who the real ones are. You know what it is. In
And
that
then
locker
also,
room, you know
who when teacher had to go to the office to holler at the principal about something, who should leave in charge?
the snitch.
Who on the coach's C list does he expect to let him know what's going on in the locker room, keeping the ear to the ground, if you will? The captain, the snitch. You know, that's not cool. You know, but a leader knows how to inform the coaches of what's going on in the locker room without just being a snitch. It takes that diplomatic way of eloquently speaking sometimes, you know, to be like, hey, this is an issue that the team is having with your coaching style, let's say, as an example. As it also goes to, it's like, hey, the coach needs you to do this as a team. So it goes both ways. And being in that situation, heavy is the head that wears the crown. That's a lot of drama that you got to deal with. Like, ain't nobody got time for all that.
Read what Samuel just said, and I can relate.
I'm gonna read a couple of things.
So read what Samuel says first, because that's
I'm gonna start with Samuel. So Samuel said earlier on, the leadership takes its toll, and it is facts. It has a price. Crimson right underneath it says, "Not me." Old Polish saying, "Not my circus, not my monkeys."
I got none of that shit.
Trying to control all them goddamn numbskulls and gummies, man.
But yeah, that's part of being a leader, that you are willing to accept that responsibility.
Hey, Trip, sometimes it's just holding your tongue, and being a leader is holding your tongue and not just flat out saying, man, you just dumb, man. You dumb.
Well, yeah,
but what I tell you, be fine. You dumb.
Yeah. But it's you still have to express the sentiment. You just have to know how.
Yeah,
because being a leader is delivering good news and bad news.
Yeah, you just got to do it as a joke. You razz that guy a little bit. But man, big ups to the chat, man. You guys are awesome, and this is a really good conversation that we're having here today, because I'm getting just a little bit of personal insight that I'm going to share with my kid there next time we chop it up, because there's there's angles to everything, and when you are that leader, you can sort of have bigger conversations when the need be, right? And if you don't have those bigger conversations, that's fine too. You can again lead by example, but sometimes you just want to insert yourself into that position of leadership and assume it. Take the reins.
Look at Samuel's comment there. Having to check your boys on and off the field took my friendships on a roller coaster. It's during the off time. You're in the dorms. You see one of your teammates doing a little something out of pocket. Now you're not a snitch, trying to stop them, but you're just like, hey, I'm helping the team. You're hurting the team because we need you, and you messing up. Bad PR. Now you're gonna put the police on us. So it's part of being a leader is handling those situations, putting out those fires before the coaching staff has the opportunity.
Trips, when you're at the club and shit, and all your people out, and you got to see, man, you might have to squabble one of their ass, man, because they too out of line, and you know it. And if you don't stop them, they're gonna get in trouble, and they drunk and out of control. You might have to squabble with his nasty ass. He's slick, drunk. I've been through that. Samuel is definitely right, man. It's gonna test all of that kind of shit. And then it's up to you as the leader. After you get through whatever just happened between y'all, you got to squab with his ass. And then after that, when he calms down, he's a different person. When he's sober, it's a different person. You got to go to his house or wherever he's staying at, in the dorm, wherever. And then you got to be like, hey, bro, that wasn't personal, man, but you was out of line. And it's going to be like, oh, I know, bro. I know it wasn't personal. And you got to go through all that shit. That's extra shit before you even get back to practice, bro. I've been through that, man. I ain't like it, man. I have to get out with a couple of my teammates, man. And to this day, I hear about it. I don't like it, man, but that's the role I was given, man.
Well, like I said, it always sucks when it falls on your lap. It does. It's not what anybody asks to do. It really isn't. But sometimes it just is what it is. Sometimes it just falls into your lap and you kind of recognize that you're that person and that's what you need to do. So shout out to those leaders out there. Sorry it sucks. But hey,
and
people need leadership.
We about to take a little bit of different turn. We about to get into some extra sauce right now. Extra sauce starts right now, man. We're going to take a sharp turn from the football conversation and get into some funnier, more fun conversation real quick before we get out of here. And that is, I got a game picked out for you all, but I want to know this is perfect for that intro. That's why I did that. Give me your GOAT, Trips and Kids. Give me your GOAT video game of all time, kids. I know it's going to be very difficult for you to say one game because you're going to want to layer it on. But trust me, when we come back, I'll come back to you, bro. Trust me.
It's funny. Like
give
somebody
me one. Just give me one. Just give me a spitball one. And
Fallout 4.
What is it?
Fallout 4.
Fallout 4. Okay. What you got, Trips?
Defender.
My GOAT game that I've ever played is definitely. Hold on. Why is my mouse not working? There we go. This is my GOAT game of all time, and I got layers to it. GoldenEye.
Oh fuck! You're one of these guys.
All right, so let's just start with you, Kaz. You gonna talk shit? Go ahead, talk your shit, but layer on.
Here's my shit. This game's an amazing game. This game is I've had like okay. So when this game came out was right after I moved into my apartment, moved out of my mom's house, had a 64, and between this game and WCW versus NWO wrestling, me and the homies would just crush these two games all the time because both games are 4 players, right? So 4 of the homies, 4 controllers, we're just doing it, drinking beer. That's my late teens, early 20s. This game was a bomb, but like to this day, my close homie, he rants and raves about this. That's why I'm saying you're one of these. He rants and raves about this game. This game got relaunched, I think, about a year ago on Xbox Game Pass. They brought it back on Xbox as opposed to any other system. And my homie called me up. He said, "Hey man, yo, you know what's on Game Pass, dog?" I was like, "I don't know, man. Oh, they got a billion free games on there. It's awesome." I said, "Yeah, man, GoldenEye's on there, bro." Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Yo,
right, I should have said
we're gonna get it popping right now. I'm on that odd job.
Before you finish, Kaz, you're gonna get to finish, but we gotta omit all the Madden and 2Ks, all the sports games. We're talking about other shit. But go ahead, Kaz, finish that.
Okay. All right. Like anyways, man, I loaded. I was like, okay, we're gonna play right now. All right, let me download it. So I download this game and we get to playing. And then I realized that this game was dope 25 plus years ago. The graphics in this game in the year 2025 are absolutely garbage. Like, this is worst shit looking back. At the time, it was dope. But man, those graphics are terrible in today's standards. I just gotta kind of put it out there. But real talk, man, we had some good times playing this game. I wish I was fronting. Oh, Bear Truth 9. That's really the best game for me, actually. You nailed it. I'm actually like a Street Fighter.
I can't believe I haven't seen Mortal Kombat.
I love Mortal Kombat 2, but I'm a Street Fighter 2. I used to play like tournaments of Street Fighter 2. Like I'm like
Yeah, I really couldn't mess with those kind of games because all the left, up, down, start, hit these at the same time, and then stick it in your ass and rub it around, and then hit that again. I couldn't remember all that shit, and I didn't play them enough to care. So all of those fighting games is like, eh. And I never played GoldenEye because I didn't have Nintendo. I had, Atari, I had the Segas and all the Genesis, had a Dreamcast, but I never had Nintendo 64. So that entire catalog, it was just kind of like meh to me, But there was a equivalent of a spy game on there, but it went from level to level, and there was a guy with a gun, and he would jump and then go to board. I just don't remember the name of it, but yeah, there was a spy equivalent, but I don't know nothing about no GoldenEye.
Man,
I gotta let me go here because I'll tell you how it came upon me. My sister went and talked to a pawn shop person. I want to say either a pawn shop or somebody that was doing resale and refurbishing something. She found an N64, and this was one of the games that she had. And she's at that time, my sister's a little younger than me. She was just like, hey, you heard of this? And I was just like, nah. She just kept going on and on and on about it. And I didn't hear from her for months, bro. When I say months, I didn't hear nothing from her. All of a sudden, she was just like, you need to check this out. Months later, I was just like, what? All right. She let me borrow that N64, refurbished N64. I got on that motherfucker, and it took me 3 weeks. Not because I didn't sit there for 3 weeks. I had to make a living and put a roof over my head and feed myself. But hour here, 2 hours there, back and forth, just home. And I'm telling you, this is the first game in my life that ever gave me, what do you call that when you start getting a little nauseous when you're playing stuff because you're moving around too much?
And epilepsy?
It was a little less than that.
Oh. You mean vertigo?
Yeah, that's probably the right one. That's probably
the best way to describe it. I was just like, hold on. I had to turn that motherfucker off for a minute. I was like, hold on, let me get my shit together. Because you get to a certain phase in the game and you're moving around so much. Anyway, that turned out to be, I like the concept behind the game more than anything else. It's trying to figure out something, trying to get from A to B, trying to accomplish some things before you get there. You have to go through some drama to get there, but the goal is to get to that last point and finish the game. And I'm telling you, man, this is easily the best game I ever played. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people in the chat saying, hey, dog, this ain't shit. You should try this if you like that.
Well, like it ain't shit because it came out 25 years ago, right? So for 25 motion sickness, vertigo, same thing. Leo Factor knows what's up. He's saying WWE No Mercy as well. On this system, it was just if there's a and then you throw in Mario Kart. Those four player games on that system were kind of second to none. The only game that's like a non-4 player game that was dope was the Zelda. The Zelda Ocarina of Time, I believe, is really, really good. But if we're talking about games in the year 2025, like it's like Fallout 4 is probably the one, man. Like for me, it's the one. And why I say that, you have your first person shooting aspect to the game. You can go around shooting stuff. Not really people, but the cool thing about this game is it's like, hopefully some of y'all seen the show. It's kind of, the show's loose, is basically based on just the general idea of the video game, but the world is, there's been a bit of a nuclear fallout and you're kind of trying to rebuild the world. You're in a weird bunker and you eventually leave this bunker and you're out into the wasteland and wilderness of the world. And you can basically recreate society. And when I say this, it's pretty dope, man. Like you create your own settlement. People come and move into the settlement. You got to find a way to set up water for people like to be drank. You need to set up electricity so that electric devices and things to that effect can work in this area. Meanwhile, you just like you're saying about GoldenEye, you've got like actual missions and things that you need to do to get on and finish this game. But in the end, you wind up creating multiple settlements all around around North America is basically how it works, or whatever the map is. And it's probably between, like, I played that game for months, like for months on end, and like when I say that, I've gone back and played it at least 3 times, man. Stalker or Tarkov. Hey, okay, I will definitely take them both into.
Hey, Scrolls. If you like either of those games, you should like Aston Genty.
Bro, I still felt the same way, Scrolls. Don't let them razz you, bro. I felt the same damn way, man. Even D Nice was saying last night, man, too, man. We were both shedding a little bit of a tear, man. But what can you do?
Well, go ahead.
But no, Fallout 4 is one of the baddest games you could possibly play. The other one that's close to Fallout 4 would be Skyrim. Skyrim is like Fallout, but medieval. Like Fallout meets Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I'm familiar with all those games, but they just do nothing for me. Now it's like when I'm doing like some editing or something, I'll put on the YouTube, and my guy Broken Machine, he plays Battlefield and Warzone, and Battlefield 6 is coming out. But then also the games you're describing, I watch what's his name? Creator Potato McWhiskey, that's his name. And he does those civilization sim games, where you build the communities and the worlds, and you have to barter and trade or go to war with other communities. But those games have now expanded to, space age kind of things, where you're developing satellites and moons and star bases and the different ships and everything necessary. The food, everything that you need, the power, everything.
So Trip, what you're describing. So the 2 games that I just described are made by the same company, Skyrim and Fallout. The company is called Bethesda. Bethesda has a 3rd game that is exactly what you just described just now. The 3rd game is called Stark. Oh man.
Well, this one is Terra Nova.
What's the game? Why am I blanking out? Crimson? Like I know Crimson or Scrolls will know what I'm talking about. It's
East Levante.
Star. Man, it's funny because like I remember I was telling Nomad about this game maybe 2 years. Starfield, thank you, sir. Thank you, Crimson. You know exactly what I was talking about. But Starfield's dope. Like me and Nomad were talking many moons ago before this game came out. I was like, dude, I don't know if I can keep podcasting because this game coming out, and I'm probably going to be lights out for about 6 to 9 months. And it wasn't quite that long. It didn't take me that long, but damn, they make some really fun, creative games that are sort of survival-esque. But there's all sorts of dope games out there. Call of Duty's dope. Halo is dope. Peace out, Levante. The Halo series is dope. I saw Halo 2 in the list. It's definitely got to be in the list of super good games.
I can't.
Metal Gear Solid Snake Eater. Holy smokes! Dope ass game. That's a bad game, bro.
I can't do the CODs anymore because it's way just too much. Run, done, you're down, now respawn. Run, done, you're down, respawn. There's just way too much. That's why I like the Battlefield more, because it's more of a tactical, bigger maps, work as a squad doing things. And then if you go down, you have to respawn, that's fine. But it's just respawn. It's like, I can't do that. And speaking of being sick playing a video game, remember Doom? Well, there was a part of Doom where you had to go through under some stairs or something through a tunnel, but it was dark and I couldn't see. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. And so it's just spatially, and then I started sweating and get dizzy and it felt nauseous. Had to turn that shit off. And it was like, yeah, fuck that game. And then I felt it a little bit different when playing the Star Wars, the things that fly, the TIE fighters and the X-Wing fighters and shit, that game. And then they're going 360 and up and down and loop-de-loop. It's like being on a gyroscope. And I can't play that anytime late at night or in the day after I'm tired, because then I'll get dizzy and like want to vomit.
You get epilepsy.
Yeah, I get epilepsy. But in the morning, if I played that early, I'm good. But all that twisting and I don't know. So the games nowadays, it's like, your baseball, your football, your sports stuff.
See, so like I said, I'm a pretty big gamer. As far as sports are concerned, obviously the EA, all of them EA games I'm in. I will whoop ass at NHL hockey. I'll tell you that right now.
One time, I love doing me some one time.
The one time I don't even know who's playing. I don't know who's in hockey at this point. I'm not a big hockey guy, but I will whoop your ass at NHL. Just how it goes.
I'll check the shit out of you trying to come across my blue line.
Okay.
And then take your puck and do a one-timer on that ass.
We'll see. But FIFA 2, man. I don't know if y'all. Yeah, I know y'all don't play no FIFA, man. FIFA is one of the best games ever created. Gotta say it. It is one of the most. And this is the thing. Soccer isn't as big in North America as it is elsewhere.
I just see a challenge there. I know that from Crimson.
Oh, you
invite is necessary.
You probably will. You probably will, man. But I'd probably play. I love that game, man. You know who's strangely, who's good at Halo? My wife.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my wife is a bad mother. You know what I mean? She's bad at Halo, man. And we used to play all the time.
You know how hard it is to find a solid female that gets in the game?
No, not well, looking at Rumi, she's from, what the fuck is she from? Not Switzerland, where they talk all dirty, in Scotland, over there someplace. Ooh. And then there's Lady Jade that plays like Warzone and CODs and all those. But there's a whole community of streamers in their own genre of games. And so all the games that you all have mentioned, there are people that have been playing since these games came out, but they put together a setup to stream and on YouTube and Twitch and all that stuff. And like my man Rory that does Gran Turismo every day, they've turned video games into jobs where they stream for 8 hours a day. They get their super chats and they do their memberships and they have their sponsorships. When the video game Battlefield 6 was doing their release thing, they invited a lot of streamers, actual streamers, to go to Los Angeles, flew them out, and to have the release. So now all of the streamers were playing that beta, which turns into a big advertising thing. And so when the actual game drops, now the streamers are the first level of marketing, because people are going to watch them play the game to decide if they want to buy it and download it or not. So it's just how the industry has progressed. And if we had stayed, like, just say you stayed in that one realm of that one game, you could, be using that, making a living today.
It's so funny, man.
I got to, unless we're going to stay on here 5 hours, I got to say this.
Mm-hmm.
The last time I had a deep conversation about games might have been a year or so ago. One of my homies talking about the GTA, the new GTA.
That's exactly where I was going to go next. Where you go?
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, so first off, shout out Chrome Boys, my boy Sean from Chrome Boys jumps in here every so often. That's what he does. That's what his podcast is about. Check out Chrome Boys right here on YouTube. His is basically Grand Theft Auto 5 missions. He's been pumping out crazy online missions for just about hell. That game went out for 10 plus years, so he's been doing it for quite some time. That's really what his channel is about, is like, how do you do these heist missions and different things in GTA 5 online. Now, if we're asking like what's the baddest game, if I don't really like, I've mentioned a lot of games, but I think everybody knows the baddest game is probably really actually Grand Theft Auto. Like the Rockstar is a brilliant company as well. What they basically did is they spent 5 years releasing different smaller products, smaller games, wrapped them all into a ball, and then released them as a grander cinematic game called Grand Theft Auto 5. That's really what they wound up doing. And it was a beautiful thing. Like what Rockstar did is they had a game where it was just a shooter, Max Payne. They had a game that was a driving game dedicated. I'm blanking out on what the driving game was.
Crazy Taxi?
No, it wasn't Crazy Taxi. Damn, blanking out, man. But the driving game dedicated, so they figured out their driving mechanic, entered that into the game. They went all the way down the line with all the functionality of Grand Theft Auto in different beta tests, if you will. Finally put it all together, and there's your full-blown Grand Theft Auto. It wasn't Driver, bro. It's not Driver. Man, I can't remember what it was, but it's a dope driving game. Dope driving game. In the end, that's how they sort of put the finishing touches on this latest iteration. What's weird though, they haven't done that over the course of the last 10 years. They've really just been updating and adding online features to what's up, White Ghost? Online features to the existing Grand Theft Auto video game, that Grand Theft Auto 5. The story, bro, one of the best stories in video game history. Got us Midnight Club. That's the one. Scrolls. He knows what's up. That's the one. Midnight Club was a driving game. Man, Trevor, if y'all played this game, just the story of Trevor is one of the funniest. He's one of the funniest video game characters of all time. And if you haven't played Grand Theft Auto 5 at this point, 10 years later, I don't know what you've been doing. You kind of need to go grab this game and just give it a play. Strictly alone, just for Trevor's antics. Trevor is the craziest SOB that's ever been in a video game, and it's a thing of beauty what they did with this character. In the end, I can't wait to see what they do with Grand Theft Auto 6, which should be coming out, I believe, in the new year. I think they got about a year's time left before they actually launch this new game. And if it's anything near as good as the last game, you got me. Take my money.
All right. Before anybody says anything else, let me swerve a little bit and got a couple more things before we get on up out of here real quick. And something happened. I don't know if you guys ever heard of the 1988 Olympics, Seoul, Korea. Roy Jones Jr., I think he was a welterweight or a lightweight or a welterweight, one of the two. Goes to Seoul, Korea. The Olympics are in Seoul, Korea, and he faces a South Korean and beats the dog crap out of him. This is one of the graphics from that fight. I've watched this fight at least 3 times at this point. I'm a fight fan, you guys, in case you didn't know. I've said that a few times. But this, like you see on the graphic, it wasn't even close. He beat the dog shit out of him. It's probably one of the more one-sided Olympic boxing matches that I've seen. He beat him from pillar to post, bro. Beat him. And they cheated him out of the gold medal and gave it to the South Korean. And for years, Roy Jones Jr. has had that demon in his life. You know what I mean? Just that accomplishment that he's got everything. He won belt after belt, title after title, from weight class to weight class, more than any other fighter ever has, ever. And this was the one thing that he didn't have on his resume. And just recently, this guy named Park, let me make sure I get his name right. Let me get it right. It's Park something. Anyway, hold on. It's Park Si Hun. Came all the way from South Korea. All the way from South Korea to Roy Jones's his ranch out in Pensacola, Florida, man, and finally gave him that gold medal, man. And I think this is about the dopest thing I've seen in a long time, because he could have easily stayed in South Korea for the remainder of his life. The way the story goes, it sounds like his son convinced him to, you need to go and give that man that gold medal. He deserves it. Go there and give it to him. And they brought the media in it. I think this is dope. I want to talk all day about it, but I'm going to leave it to you guys. What do you guys think about this? You don't care. You don't watch the fight.
I don't really care, but I'm just thinking of other things. Like Roy Jones Jr. has had an illustrious career. He's made millions of dollars. This is the first time I'm hearing about Park Si Young. What did you say his name was?
Park Si Young.
Park Si Hun.
It's Park Si Young.
Park Si Hun. Don't listen to
Hun.
We'll
be here all day with pronunciation. I'm just saying, this is the first time I'm hearing of this man. I hope Roy Jones sent him home with like a couple of bucks. You know what I mean? That's all I'm really trying to say. He knocked Roy. He had the one fight, lost to Roy Jones, but won the medal. And I guess he's just been working ever since. You know what I'm saying? Like Roy Jones he just had a fight with Mike Tyson. I guarantee he got paid. Got his ass whooped, but I guarantee he got paid. And there's Park delivering medals across the seas.
Yeah, I remember actually, like somebody in the chat, I remember those Olympics, and it's not the first time that the home country, fudged a subjective judges score, whether it be boxing or gymnastics or whatever sport, that is not a clear, run through the tape time thing. And so it's cool that the sportsmanship, came about 40 years later, and that he gave him the medal to make Roy Jones Jr.'s collection or whatever.
You know what though, Trip? Like he looks in this picture, he looks like he's feeling the whole situation. It looks like an emotional situation.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah,
but do I really give a shit? No.
Well, let me say this, man, before Trips fucks this whole take up. let me take the bull by the horns. I'm gonna say this, and this might sound like some hot take shit, but Roy Jones Jr., I study fight. I study boxing like a motherfucker, and I watch them all. Listen, this is the best dude. This is the best fucking boxer I ever seen lace him up. Skill set is unmatched. And I say that knowing, after watching Sugar Ray Robinson, who is widely known as the best fighter to ever live. You talking about Muhammad Ali, you talking about them all. Roy Jones Jr.'s skill set was probably, I ain't gonna say probably, it was superior to them all. I mean, he could beat your ass in any kind of fight. Later on, he probably did too much trying to go from weight class to weight class, trying to get a little too heavy, and then try to come back down. For fight people that know this stuff like a science, you can't gain all that weight and then try to come back down in less than a year and try to fight below that weight class. It's going to hurt you. It's going to be hard to maintain your energy after losing all that weight. And so anyway, he probably screwed his career up by getting a little too greedy that way, but I know why he did it. It's because he had the best skill set. He is the GOAT to me. He is the GOAT to me. Sugar Ray Robinson is right there in that conversation. Baddest motherfucker, two motherfuckers I ever seen put on a pair of gloves. So I'm just glad that he had this rectified in his lifetime. Most of the time, things like this happen. It's not ever redeemable until after that person is gone and passed away. This happened in his lifetime. He gets to see it. And I just enjoyed knowing the fact that it happened, man. It was great.
Man, there's other guys, man. Like, and Crimson's throwing out Mayweather right away because he's a guy that I would definitely throw into this type of conversation. Man, I could never say that Roy Jones is above or over or even akin to Muhammad Ali or even akin to Mike Tyson. There is nothing like Mike Tyson, man. It's a different thing. You know, like Sugar Ray Robinson and Roy Jones to me are very similar in skill set. I would have to also say again, Mayweather is probably similar in skill set in that regard. But Mike Tyson did things I'd never seen. I didn't think human beings could do. You know what I mean? I remember. I'll never forget my first Tyson fight was I was in Florida with my family, and I got to my auntie's apartment, and they were so hype about it. Yo, we're watching the Tyson fight, man. Just ordered a Domino's pizza, and we're gonna chill out. We're gonna eat. We got food coming. Beers here. Everything's good to go, and I'm happy. I'm hyped. My uncle's getting me hyped up, man. And the Domino's pizza was late. You know, it was like 30 minutes or it's free. So he's bouncing around going, oh man, like they don't give me a free pizza if they keep messing around. I'm gonna get my pizza free. So we're waiting for this pizza and we're wondering, are we gonna get it for free? And this kid takes 35 minutes. So my uncle's pressing him for this free pizza, and the kid's like, listen, man, it's gonna come out of my pocket. It's my money. It's gonna come out of my pocket. Please, like, just pay for the pizza. So my uncle felt bad. He paid for the pizza. We sat down, and he's all mad. He's like, damn it, I thought I was gonna get my pizza for free. And the second we sit down, the fight is over. I'm saying, we didn't even get a slice of pizza, not a bite. The fight was over in 90 seconds.
Yeah, that's how he got down.
You know what I'm saying? 90
that's
seconds.
How he was living. Yeah, I don't give a damn about no commercials, no ratings. I came here to knock some fools out.
You are out cold, and like I'm trying to remember who I think was it Spinks? I can't remember who he was fighting, but it was a dude that was like, yeah, I used to spar with Mike Tyson. I know Mike Tyson. We're gonna have a good 90 seconds, dog. 90 seconds. That was it.
The most slept on boxer nowadays, Oscar De La Hoya. He had the most adorable little dogs that he carries around his man purses, and he looks fabulous.
I'm gonna do this, man, because I see boxing differently, especially differently than most people, man. Putting them on, and I'll leave you guys' takes where they are. There's gonna be some nice cut-ups. Yeah, that was cute. But I do think this is the best motherfucker I've ever seen, and I mean close. I'm gonna put Sugar Ray Robinson right there with it. I'm talking about pure boxer, can whoop your ass all over that ring in any kind of style, any kind of format. The boy is cold. I've never seen anything like Roy Jones. The closest thing I've seen is Sugar Ray Robinson. And I love Muhammad Ali. Let's just say he's the best heavyweight I ever seen. But the all-around pound for pound best fucking fighter I ever seen lace him up is easily, to me, not easily. I'm gonna just say Roy Jones Jr. Before I get to this next conversation. What do you got, Trish?
What's my man Hands of Stone from south of the border?
Talking about Roberto Duran.
Oh,
he
was nice. Manny Pacquiao.
He's a brawler.
And Pacquiao too. But this like being able to throw the hands with the sweet science, being able to take a pounding, being able to see the opposition and know where to hit them. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing, and I give the utmost respect to all of those who get in that squared circle. So don't get it twisted.
They call it the sweet science for a reason.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about hitting. A lot of times it's about not getting hit. You can say I'd say Floyd was the best at
I was just going to say it
but
might
the best all around that put it all together is, to me, Roy Jones Jr. and then Sugar Ray Robinson's right up under that. I think when I
always like Marvin Hagler in this type of conversation, but he doesn't have the tenure that we're talking about. But at the end of the day, I have no reason not to put Floyd Mayweather in this conversation, man, because you're right. You got to hit him first.
Yeah.
And my boy will, like
bob and weave your ass.
he's shooking and diving and bobbing and weaving, and like he is that good. He is that good. I don't. If the man has lost the fight, maybe he lost the fight.
Sweet Pea was tough as a motherfucker too, bro.
Yeah.
He's in there. He's one of the greatest, man. He's in that conversation. It's a nice little tier of great ones that need a Hall of Fame all by themselves. A room that's completely dark with cobwebs. Nobody ever goes in that motherfucker. Sweet Pea is in that room. Roy's in that room. Muhammad Ali is in that room. Sugar Ray Robinson's in that room, and a host of others. Sugar Ray Leonard, several other boxers, man. But we can get carried on all day talking about the fight game.
We gotta give a shout out. Gotta give a shout out to those in that room who we don't know their name, but they in that room in the darkness because of the brain damage that they suffered being in the ring, and they never got to be famous or rich.
You say Dane Bramage?
They got that Dane Bramage.
He fucked that all up.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That was dyslexia. Pause.
Trips has ESP because that leads us to the last topic we're going to talk about tonight, and that is
talking about CTE.
Dane Bramage.
Listen, man. Let me get there. We're going into the this NFL season, and we are excited about levels of different things that we want to watch and be paying attention to. This football season, this is going to bring out the best of us. It's going to bring out the best of your energy when it comes to this game, this team. But one of the things that should be discussed and doesn't get enough conversation, and that is CTE, kids. And, being safe out there. And my most important, when I start thinking about this game and thinking about this season, what I mostly think about more than anything else is I hope these guys get through this healthy. I hope these guys get through this healthy. And when I say that with this in mind. And the person I'm about to bring up is, we get to talking about a whole lot of people, a whole lot of football players, but I think this guy gets lost in the sauce. And I know you guys seen this guy play football. And that is this football player right here.
Oh,
Junior Seau. We start talking about the best linebackers that ever lived. We start talking about, of course, we're going to be talking about Mike Singletary. We're going to talk about Buckus. We're going to talk about Ray Lewis. But somehow, conveniently, this guy gets left out of the conversation too many times. And I used to love. When I say love, I absolutely could not wait to see this dude play football. He played football with this kind of intensity that everybody that ever played football should play with this kind of attitude, you would hope. But then
badass football team too at the time.
He's a badass football player. This is a bad motherfucker right here.
Yeah, yes.
I just wanted to give him his flowers because I don't think enough people talk about him. But you talk about a bad motherfucker. This is the epitome of
it. Hopefully FTD pays well, because you always give him flowers out there all day long. But even though I'm razzing you, ain't nothing I can say or take away from Junior Seau, man. Like during this period of time was a bit of a downturn for Bears. You know what I mean? It was a bit of a downturn. And I spent a lot of time watching this San Diego squad. This squad was disgusting. Man, I think LaDainian was on there. I think there's another running back, though. It was two backs at the time. Man. Oh, who's the other back? There was two backs. Both of them were dangerous.
Means, bro.
Who?
Natron Means.
Natron Means.
Bro. Business.
Running backs were crazy. Quarterback was solid, but this man was all over the field, just throwing his body into havoc. And you can kind of see where that wound up for him. And it's really an unfortunate tale that he took his own, he unalived himself. You know?
Yeah. It was a time where in order to see Chargers games, you had to be up late or have some kind of access to those games because they just weren't televised in every market like they are now. If you had like the Direct TV, the Sunday Ticket, and just being able to see him on national games, and the dude was just like, say ow, because he was all over the place and he was rocking shit. But before we sign out and give Junior his flowers, got to give a shout out to Dave Dorson. You know what I'm saying? Rest in peace.
We'll do that another time. And I just wanted to,
Well, no, just a shout out and rest in peace. That's all.
yeah, he gets that. We're going to do a whole segment for those guys, man. But this guy right here, I'm talking about my joy of watching football. Sometimes it's the intensity of a football player that really attracts me to that game in particular. Watching guys like Junior Seau, watching guys like Ray Lewis just patrol a defense and really, really control an area.
Atwater.
And play with a certain kind of emotion. It made you want to play football. And I want to come out there with that kind of energy. I want to play with that kind of spirit. And I think the CTE part of it, and it ended up costing him his life, that intensity. And the way the game was played at that time, is it really wasn't no real understanding of what he ended up going through. No real studies for it. There was no understanding of it whatsoever. I think he's the poster boy of the beginning stages of CTE for anybody. When you start talking about CTE and when people start referring to, how long we've been studying this stuff and what's your causes for talking about this, they go back to the Junior Seau story. And, I think the game that we love so much and we cannot wait to see comes at a price for some people. And all I would say is to end this is I hope everybody gets through the season without any kind of issues like this and have a long career and not having any of this game that you love so much have a later toll on your life, man. That's all I can say. And, loving something this violent so much can end up being a Junior Seau story, man. And I'm just glad that I'm able to have these conversations with y'all. Oh, I could be Junior Seau. I played the game very aggressive like this.
Well, CT is real. And we got a couple of viable candidates for this playing football on this team. So shout out Jaquan Brisker. Shout out Roshan Johnson. Here's to a healthy season. Here's to a healthy career to both of those individuals as well as the rest of the team. Heading into another season, who knows what can happen. I'd hate for anything to happen to either one of those guys because they've been through a lot with their health as it stands thus far. So, just wanted to give a little bit of love back to these Bears in consideration to what we're talking about here with Junior Seau. But one more time, rest in peace, Junior, man. You were an absolute warrior on the field.
Indeed. But that's kind of what it is. Knowing that warriors get hurt in battle, when you reach this level of professionalism, the NFL, the very next play could be your last one. And we do wish, the best safety and health on every player. But realistically, we know that guys are going to go down. Guys are going to go on IR. We just hope that their life isn't, in jeopardy like a DeMar Hamlin was for the Bills when he went down. They thought he was dead, or he was for a minute, actually on the field, but they revived him. Those freak accidents, you never know. But we know CTE is a thing. The scientists have actual brains and are studying it. But every time they strap it up, these players are putting those brains in this thing and ramming them into other players, and bad things sometimes happen. So let's hope the bad things are at a minimal, and let's just keep believing in the science, but prepare yourself for when bad things happen. That is not a shock. and maybe you could deal with it a little bit better. I don't know.
All right, man. That's well said, Trips. And that's the whole purpose for me to put it out here is to rally the troops behind how violent this game is and how we want our troops to come home safe. I'm talking about the Bears, man. But the poster child to me and my watching the football is this guy right here, and I just could not get away from this conversation and not give him his flowers. I enjoyed him way too much, and I know you guys probably did too. But talking about a bad motherfucker, this is the epitome of that right there, man. This is a bad dude, and I just want to put it out there. So, rest in peace, Junior Seau. Rest in peace, Dave Dorison. And how about this, man? It's time to get up out of here, man. Let's give some shout outs and some pleasantries before we get ready to get out of here.
Right on. It's been another episode of Wednesday Night Extra Sauce. Thanks for coming out, kicking it with us. We've been all over the map talking Bears, Jaylon Johnson contract extension, leadership, the whole 9 yards, man, and as well as CTE and video games. Thanks for joining us here. One more time at Keds Canuck right here on YouTube, as well as at the Nomad Network. By all means, give us all a like, share, subscribe, as well as my homie underneath me at Sports Chicago Style. We would appreciate all of your support. Stay tuned. Website will be coming. We put in some real good work this week with the hopes of it going up there earlier. Just didn't quite make it up, but we'll get it up there soon for you guys so you can experience some of those discounts we put into place. Superflex Fantasy Show on Tuesdays coming live and direct at you. Appreciate more like, share, subscribes, and comments over on that side of things as we begin to ramp into this season. We got about 24 hours before game number 1 starts. Much less than that. We'll be enjoying that first taste of NFL action real soon, and then we'll wade our way through to Monday night where things get real against the Minnesota Vikings.
Hey.
That being said, man, give you guys a little bit of love before we get the hell out of here. Big Samo's holding it down in the chat along with FFG Style and the Scrolls, and it's Crimson and Bear Troop 9. AC Adams out there too. Mr. Mayhem's out there too. Who else we got? Leo Factor, Levante Rogers doing the darn thing with us tonight.
Word.
Who else we got out there? Who am I missing? All sorts of folks, I'm sure. The good minister Charles Johnson was with us tonight. We got we got some mad video game takes in here that I missed, man. Wish we'd spend a little bit longer on the video game. That's a show all by itself. The Crooked Commissioner came through, held it down with us. Like I say, maybe next week I might spend a little bit of time with the Crooked Commissioner before I jump back over here to do our show. We'll try and figure things out. Illy Jones was with us tonight. Foster Covers came through, spent a little bit of time with us. We appreciate that, Foster. Always love, always respect. What else we got out there? Who's out there? Oh, the Immortal Nodge was with us for the better part of the night. Jojo Loco 5150 did the darn thing with us. So did Cloud Chasers Radio. He's a super maniac. You should also be as well. Big shout out to Crimson one more time for gifting a whole bunch of No Maniac accounts, memberships to the No Maniacs out there. So if you got magically received a free No Maniac subscription today, thank the homie Crimson. He definitely deserves it. Paid it forward for all y'all. Shout out.
We appreciate you, Crimson, so much, man.
Absolutely, man. He's awesome for doing that. Shout out to Paul Martin and Ron Renarski. Ron, hopefully what you put in the chat is true facts, and you just came up on 30K. If you did, man, more power to you, brother. I hope you throw a party for real, man. You need to spend a solid G note and have yourself a blast. I don't know where that's going to be or what it's going to be on, but do it and do it large. Tell me about it later on.
You ready to pass it up?
Don Burr, absolutely zero love for you, brother. But hey, let's call it a night, man. Mad love to all you guys. Thanks for coming through. Triple R, what do you guys
Yeah.
say?
Now, are the people, are they all signed up for Flexum Sports?
We are good. We are rolling hard with 2 different leagues, the Canadian Gangster League as well as the Superflex League. We're all signed up and rocking and rolling. The Canadian League is doing the whole the true Superflex styles. We got 2 QBs in there. Things are a little bit different, but all of these teams are stacked. So it's going to be a very competitive situation. Oh, man, I forgot King Booker World and MC Fact, man. Shout out to both y'all. But, yeah, we're going to be doing things very, very nicely over at Superflex Fantasy Football because, again, in both of these leagues, even in a 14-man league deep, we got some real interesting squads. And, by the way, Nomad, even though you're on mute, I'm rejecting your trade live and direct here. No trades for you, man.
All right, so question now. Now I'm not a fantasy guy. Well,
Mhm.
fantasy sports. Let me rephrase that. But for people who are in your
The plane boss.
who are in the Superflex League or who want like tips on who to start on their fantasy leagues, are you doing a Superflex like fantasy draft show over there on Kids of Canuck?
That's what we do, man. So I'll be talking about ADP and waiver wire as we go through the entire season. We'll be taking a closer look at the entire NFL news, injuries, etc. It's a general NFL, a broader NFL conversation, not strictly rooted on the Chicago Bears alone. But you know me, somehow, some way, it's going to come back to the Chicago Bears.
Yeah, right on. All right. Well, thanks for the breakdown. So that's the Superflex. You can find them over there at Kids the Canucks. Where's baby kids? Because I
Oh,
need those Zerberts.
there
I
he
need
is.
those baby kid Zerberts. Get those Zerberts. So get those 8 piggies. Look at those piggies. Get those fat piggies.
Damn.
Get those baby kids. That's
Ooh.
it, Kids the Canucks. So yeah, all you fantasy football people, those extra little tidbits of information. You might get that down there from Canada way, eh?
Hey.
All right. And so for those of you domestically here or wherever the fuck, sports Chicago style, give young Trip some dap, as he's all dapper himself. Give him some dap for being dapper, if you will. Hey. And then there's the ladies. Everybody knows the ladies. Hey, ladies. Sports Chicago style. You see Chef Trips back there making his special cocktails. No Bill Cosby ingredients.
I was just gonna say, you got some Quaaludes, bro. You got them Quaaludes in that sauce.
You got some Bill Cosby shit going on. We ain't gonna tell you that.
Oh damn!
But the baby oil is heated. It is
This
not
one's
cold.
sleeping already. This one's out. That's what happened.
This motherfucker said his baby oil is heated.
Lucretia's out.
You got to have the heated oil. That just takes it to another level. But you wouldn't understand
You
that.
burning motherfuckers up, man.
But yeah, sports Chicago style. Come for the content as the season started. We're gonna get the crew of Coach Tripping, Chef Trips, and Trip to do the pre and post game thoughts. So it's gonna be fun. They got their own content. They got their own channels going on. It's a whole thing. It's a whole affair. It's a whole party. It's a whole happening. It's a whole event. Content creation on a different level. Sport Chicago style.
And he got hot baby oil for y'all ass. Y'all like that?
Damn. Hey man, so I'm gonna assume we're doing a live show for this game on Monday. Is that right?
Yes, sir, man. We gotta do a live show, bro.
I'm just making sure that the world knows that we know that we're going live on Monday to call this show. So you all don't have to listen to Chris Collinsworth punk behind.
Biatch.
Hate Chris Collinsworth.
Who is it? Chris and Al Michaels.
Damn, Al Michaels is fine.
Didn't I saw Al Michaels and whoever he was in the booth with the shirts all the way down to their navel and taco meat all out. It's like I don't need to see Al Michaels taco meat. What's going on? Or maybe that was on the Prime game.
Oh, that's a whole different.
I got it's all mixed up in my head. I ain't going to.
I know they all the same to me because I don't know the. It's like this announcer crew's on this network, and these are now. I don't know. They all the same person.
I'm just saying. I'm just.
You know, if it's not Adam Amin, Lil Pimpin', I don't know.
You know what? Adam Amin's all right, man. You know what? Shout out to Adam Amin. He's okay.
He's getting some run right about now, man. He's getting a little access. He's getting more jobs.
And he's a DJ too, man. He's playing them tunes out there.
Oh no, he DJing too. Now he trying to be Jamaican and shit. Now he tripping.
Yeah, he got the basketball, he got the baseball, he got the football, he got the DJing. That's a little pimping.
See, I like Adam Amin, man. He's got some fun.
I'll tell you this.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing it live, and I will be getting my Adam Amin on calling the game. Nomad is gonna be producing because he's like in a different time zone as far as those games go.
He's delegating responsibilities now.
I gotta coach him hard, y'all. And then Kills is on the spotter job.
We'll do this, Trips. We'll see how it goes. We let you loose on the preseason. Let's see how let's see how it goes.
But that'll be Monday night. It's what time is that? 8 p.m. Central or 7:30 kickoff Central or sometime around there.
We'll let you know by the time we get there. By the time we get there, we'll have the full show details for you all. But again, man, Kez is doing he just opened up Superflex for the second season in a row. He's getting it off. And I love seeing Kez in his own space, doing his own thing, doing it his way. You know what I mean? I love it. Love his new intro. And you all make sure that you check out Superflex over there, man. We'll be on there on Tuesdays, right, kids?
Yes, sir.
At what time?
6 Central. 6 p.m. Central.
And that was
7 p.m. Eastern.
There you go. And we'll be doing that. And so, kids, please, everybody, make sure you go over there and subscribe to that channel. I get tired of saying it, but please, flower everybody's channel the way you flower us. Go over there and show them some love. And especially over here on Trips' channel, on Sports Chicago Style. Show them some love, man. Get over there, No Maniacs, and go hit that damn subscribe button for both channels, please. I hate begging, but this is where we at. Let's go. Let's go, man. But let me close this by saying this. I wanted to make sure that we discuss, we get excited about this football season and we get excited about our team. What I wanted to say is I brought up the last conversation about CTE for people to just fall back for a second and realize the gift that we're getting to watch this game, this violent ass game that we love so much, and understand the ramifications to it. The ramifications are, people get messed up in this game. And we love the violence. Just understand what comes with it, appreciate the game, and appreciate these guys so long as we have them, and just love it, man. That's all I can say is me being a former player, looking back at the game now, I just appreciate it a little bit more because I didn't realize how violent the game was because I was so immersed in it. But looking back on it now, like a regular fan, like we all are, I can appreciate this shit more. And I just wish every single one of these football players, not just on Chicago, but on every single other 31 teams in this NFL, we about to enjoy the fireworks of it. I'm just saying, keep it in perspective. It's a violent game and people get messed up in this game sometimes. And I just hope everybody can appreciate that as we, get through with our commentary, we get through pointing fingers about this and that. Just understand what this is. This is violence at its finest. And people get paid a lot of money to do it, but the ramifications of it is not good all the time. So just had to put that out there and tell you guys I love you guys so much and appreciate you guys for being here. Appreciate you guys for supporting everything that we do, not only on this channel, but on Kez's channel and on Trips' channel. We appreciate you guys. Keep the love coming. Keep bringing the water for the flowers. We need you all, man. We need you all in a big way. You don't have to be here live in the show to support us. Just go to the channel and subscribe to the channel and become a member. It's only $1 now. You can really show some love by getting a $4.99 membership as a super no maniac, we would appreciate that. But hey, if nothing else, grab a $1 membership and support the channel. Thank you so much to Crimson tonight, who gifted 10 memberships. And that was love, man. We love you guys so much. That was love, Crimson, man. We love you for that, bro. Y'all keep it coming. And I just want to leave you guys with these famous words. If you can think it and you can see it, there's no reason in the world why you cannot absolutely manifest it. Do not, and I repeat, do not be a prisoner of your own mind. But with that being said, we are out.